Okay. Okay, so I understand that that first part of our session was not live streamed or recorded. I do not propose that we go over it again. I think that's just one of those unfortunate technical issues. I have got my notes, so we're going to carry on where we were. So we were talking about noise impacts, and we were hearing from the applicants, Mr. McLagan and from Mr. Cragg. And actually, while we had that little break, I was just looking back at the environmental impact assessment on that noise issue. And when I heard you talking, Mr. McLagan, I thought you said a 1 dB change, but the EIA talks about a 0.1 increase, I think. Is that correct?
Sorry, I probably should have said less than 1 dB change in noise levels.
And I think what you say, what it says in the EIA is that 1 dB is effectively the threshold. Yeah,
of human perception. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it would be. I would agree with that.
Yes. Okay. And we also had that discussion about future living conditions, and what I was picking up from Mr. Cragg was that yes, certainly building construction techniques and window technology would enable a satisfactory living environment with all windows closed. You would be able to work and live in that environment quite comfortably, and it's not exactly unique, is it?
So in terms of a direction from health and well-being that we'd be moving towards, fresh air from openable windows is a preferred option as opposed to mechanical ventilation.
Yes, you made that point, but take it into two stages. Building technology exists to achieve a satisfactory living environment internally in terms of addressing that noise source from the road. That comes on to a qualitative issue, that second issue of whether it's a good idea. Yep. If you're limited in terms of window openings, and we've heard comments earlier in the week about mechanical ventilation and carbon costs of that, so on and so forth. Okay. Mr. McLagan, is there anything else you want to sort of sum up for me? Anything that you think I need to be aware of and record in my report?
I think the main thing is when we're talking about the kind of the ventilation solution for these properties, I think it'd be the desire of everybody as far as possible to try and achieve a natural solution, which could be achieved for the majority of the residential units on the development. We would then look in conjunction with the MEP team at the kind of hierarchy of design. So we would, by kind of what we do on every project we work on, is when we start looking at the detailed design of each plot, we do obviously some much more detailed modelling once we've got confirmed glazing areas, room sizes, facade constructions, and that allows us to refine our modelling and to minimise the number of units that may require a mechanical solution, and also to look at any units that could potentially use an acoustically attenuated passive solution rather than a mechanical solution. So although a mechanical solution has been put forward as one of the options, as we get into the detailed design, we'll start to look into that in a bit more detail with the MEP team. That's both from a kind of occupant enjoyment of the occupant space, but it's also has commercial implications from having kind of having to cool a room mechanically or to ventilate a room mechanically. Obviously has a high rate cost than if we can just open a window. So it's something that we'd look at in quite a lot of detail as we move through the development.
Okay, but I need to understand that, yeah, and I get all of that, but if you were living in one of those apartments that was facing directly onto the road, and you had an openable window, and you opened it, what would that do to the noise environment within that apartment?
If you open your window, your noise levels are going to increase by probably 10 to 15 decibels within that space. It would vary between the different rooms.
So it would
be an occupant's choice. But what we're looking to do is provide a solution that would mean that if an occupant didn't want to open windows, they could still have that comfort within that space.
Okay, but it would mean that it would go from a quiet room to a noisy room.
Essentially, as soon as you open a window, then you lose the attenuation through that window, so the noise levels are naturally going to increase.
Yeah. Okay. Is there anything you want to come back on there, Mr. Craig?
I would just like a bit more clarity in regards to any calculations that have been done in terms of the impacts from not only just the commercial impacts from the units that are going to be on the ground floor, but the increased footfall through the area. Busy areas are noisy areas, and the more people there, which such a development will be inviting, will be potentially having a significant adverse impact onto the amenity of the area in terms of noise. It'd be good to get some further clarity around that impact.
Okay. I mean, I'm happy to be corrected, but I don't know of any guidance or assessment methodology for assessing pedestrian footfall through an area which may increase the noise levels. It would be very, very difficult to quantify that. Due to the variability of the source, because I think, if I'm understanding, we're talking about pedestrians walking through the area, chatting, moving around, using the public amenity areas. It would be, I'm not sure how we would assess that. There would be a change in the noise environment with that space, obviously, because the use is changing. Some of that would be a benefit, as we're having some buildings put in place which are going to be screening road traffic noise from the A1 to some of the surrounding areas. And the rest would be, as you said, pedestrian noise, footfall. And the impact of that, I just can't quantify that, unfortunately, in any kind of meaningful way, especially not off the bat now. It was something I'd have to give some thought to.
Okay. Okay. Anything else? I'm going to open it to questions in a moment.
Can I just clarify, in terms of any noise impacts associated with construction works, will we come on to that in the demolition and construction section?
Yeah, what I wanted to do was deal with the kind of end state noise and air quality issues first, and then we'll work through the actual construction effects. I sort of flip the order around.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay, well, let's just see. Any questions on noise? We've got Mr. Young and Mr. Fibart indicating.
Questions. Obviously, as former minister, I did get a lot of noise complaints. And I'm fairly noise sensitive myself. So I think it's important to ask a few questions on behalf of the public. First of all, quite a lot of people are very sensitive to low frequency noise. And I wonder whether or not we're obviously hearing here that the flats by the road, no worry, because they're going to be technical solution within the building construction, including probably triple glazed windows or what have you. Are they effective across all frequencies? Will they deal with noise, the penetration of low frequency noise, which in my experience is fairly, really does get on people's wick, basically, in layman's terms? That's one question.
Okay, I can answer that one quite quickly. So the way that the glazing is specified as part of the detailed design works, is that it's based on measurements which are taken in each octave band, so allow for each frequency. A minimum performance for the glazing unit is then provided based on that frequency spectrum. So there is a means of controlling the low frequency noise. If we look at it in a broader brush state, the way that glazing is specified is in a unit called RW-CTR. So the RW is the sound reduction through the glazing. The CTR is a correction, and it's a correction for traffic noise. So that accounts for any kind of low frequency content in that noise. So it is accounted for in the design, and it will be accounted for in the final design of the project.
Okay, so being the conditions again. Obviously, we heard from the State's officer that there is a preference for fresh air, obviously for well-being reasons and so on. Can we, obviously, temperature control of the building is therefore important. How can the public be confident that we can rely on these new buildings immediately beside this major road with such a high degree of high volume of traffic will have effective temperature control mechanism? Only recently, and I cite the example, sir, Les Kennevet School, a new school constructed, ran into serious trouble about overheating, and the school had to be closed because of the intolerable conditions for the children in the school. And there's quite a row about it, and we don't actually know the reason for this, but that is an example locally where our local industry produced a building which was intolerable for people to live and work in. How can we be confident that such a situation where we're putting so many people so close to this major road that their living conditions are going to be tolerable?
Okay, each of the buildings will be subject to an overheating assessment, which as part of that would consider the acoustic impacts on the space. There are various means to control the level of ventilation and the level of cooling in space. They range from openable windows, which is the most straightforward, to passive acoustic measures, which would be kind of attenuated louvers through the facade of the building, right up to a full comfort cooled solution. For each building, a study would be undertaken, and from that we would determine what treatment needed to go in the facade, depending on the noise levels and the overheating requirements. So how many air changes we needed to get through the property. It would all be. It's done in a very detailed manner to just try and avoid that exact problem. Nobody wants apartments that are going to have that aren't going to be occupiable by residents. We need to make sure that we've got that level of comfort there.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Singh, I think Mr. Henry wanted to just add something to that.
Thank you, sir. It was just to highlight that on our latest residential schemes, South Hill being the prime example, we are designing that to passive house principles. So we are very much looking at the percentage of glazing on those elevations, the direction that those elevations face, and utilising whole house ventilation systems, which aligns with the passive house approach. So we're not looking at mechanically venting or requiring any mechanical ventilation on our South Hill development. That is all passive.
Thank you. Does that mean that in passive house, could you clarify, does that mean that you can't open windows?
You certainly can open windows in passive house.
Right, thank you.
Thank you. That you have sufficient, the risk of overheating is minimised as a result of the proportion of glazing. So the openable elements are there for fresh air if you require, in addition to what your whole house ventilation system is providing.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that.
Your whole house ventilation system provides the fresh air.
Thank you. I asked for that because obviously we heard that if the conditions do become too intolerable, people can open the windows, but if they do, they're going to experience a 10 to 15% increase in noise in their property. Anyway, one last question. Could we hear from the States, please? It's really the purpose of the question is to get a comment on how much noise in their living environment the state standards believe that people should tolerate. I mean, at the moment, a very large number of people live close to roads in town. There's no question that we have that already in town. But generally speaking, these are not 4-lane highways. And here we have the busiest road in the island, and these buildings are going to be very close in a kind of with a tunnel effect sort of thing, with buildings on both sides. Could we have an opinion on how much your view of where the tolerance level is to people? How much noise should people be allowed to talk? What standard have we got that we're judging this by?
So the legislative guidance that we would go by would be what would be the Statutory Nuisances Jersey Law 1999. Within that law, we don't have prescribed limits. They are based on an objective assessment by an officer, as opposed to anything set in stone. So based off the background noise level, what would be a detrimental impact to residents in the area. In terms of other legislation we also administer, which it would be worth being considered as part of the development, would be the public health and safety rented dwellings minimum standards, as it would be conceivable many of these units would be rented. Within the public health and safety rented dwellings minimum standards, there are 29 prescribed hazards, including noise and excess heat, for example, to use your last example. Again, under this legislation, there is a large tome of guidance, which I'm afraid I haven't committed everything to memory, in terms of how we would regulate and assess noise impacts, whether that would be deemed acceptable, say, for rental accommodation. But beyond that, we have no specific noise limits, I'm afraid.
Just supplementary, if I may, sir, briefly.
Yes.
Those tools that you've got in place to be able to do this, are you satisfied that those are sufficient and satisfactory and will enable you to do the job of ensuring that within these new homes, in such a noisy location, that their standards are enforced? Are you satisfied? Or is there a deficiency that needs to be put right in some way through planning agreements or something?
So the consideration would need to be preemptive, necessarily, rather than reactive. So the requirement for statutory nuisance would be if we had a consideration that there are openable windows and that was not a viable solution, then rectifying that to seal windows isn't an ideal solution to the problem. So resolving these issues at this planning stage through consulting with the department would be advised to prevent issues going forward. Going forward, again, when it comes to, say, rented dwellings, we have more powers to enact and serve notice if required to rectify issues. But as a preemptive strike, the laws would serve as guidance as to what to achieve, but then it would all be retrospective after the fact.
Thank you very much for your comprehensive answers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Vibert, your question.
Can I just ask some guidance so that we're going to... Can I just ask for some guidance that we're actually going to deal with noise under construction rather than now? Do I deal with it later when you get to construction?
Well, we're dealing with it in two stages. We're dealing now essentially with the completed development. We are then going to talk about construction effects and noise.
Thank you. So I'll be able to address that later.
Yes, if that's your concern, yes. Okay. It's a question, is it, Mr. McCarthy?
Well, that is interesting. That I did apply. I did follow the procedures, and I was meant to have the facility upon your invitation to speak. But I have got a question.
Mr. McCarthy, I don't recall you submitting any evidence on noise.
I think I did on environmental impact assessment.
Okay. Well, you say what you want to say.
The noise. It is one of the most important aspects for housing, that you have a good night's sleep, you're not disturbed, but also for night workers, during the day, you're not disturbed. So it isn't just a background noise and a constant drone, it is a police siren, ambulance siren, and this is the main route for emergency vehicles, which hasn't been covered. The other thing I just put in is wind. If you ask anybody in the existing blocks, it's the wind, the whistle, and is a noise. That hasn't been considered at all. So I will repeat, the environmental impact assessment, the scoping, inadequate, the actual work that's carried out. But can I just remind ourselves that what we're looking at is a building massing. This is what's on the table. You know, it isn't a detail of the windows and of course you can, on this site, that half the site, you know, faces the sea, you know, of course you could deliver for 1,000 homes on this site, that every single home is quiet and tranquility, and every single home you can hear the birds sing. Yes, of course you can. So let's start with that. You can. But this scheme doesn't. So everything from here on is solving a problem that shouldn't exist. And the way this is going to be solved is energy. Mechanical ventilation, energy. And it defeats everything that we're trying to achieve on this planet. So when I talk about a good night's sleep, so I'm talking about somebody, a nurse that's done a long night shift and has got to work the next night in emergency care, who has to sleep during the day, and it's overheating. And she has to open the window, and she can't sleep. This is the sort of people we're building for. They're ill. They're sick. The doctor says, get some sleep. So they need to sleep during the day. And they're disturbed. They're overheating. They have to open the window. They can't sleep. And they become sick and sicker. And that person looked after the neighbour, who's elderly. So they can't look after the neighbour because they're getting sicker and sicker until they become a burden. We need to build a bigger hospital. We've also got babies. Do they sleep at night all day? You know, this is a community of human beings, not, you know, a row of chickens or something. The other thing is we have balconies. And people need to use balconies. And, you know, what you're saying? You know, so they're outside, so forget all this insulation. But a balcony is an extension. It's their backyard. It's their garden. What, you're not going to use something you can't talk to somebody. Your elderly aunt comes who can't speak very loud and can't hear very well. And the other aspect about noise, there will be elderly people here with their radios full on because they can't hear very well and the neighbour next door is being disturbed. The other aspect is different abilities. Noise is very interesting with Alzheimer's. Noise is very interesting with those with disabilities. And it does make a difference. And these things this is what I'm trying to say. We've got a blank canvas on the site. We could absorb all the knowledge around the world to make better living for human beings. But we're not. We're stuck in a codified debate like a ping pong game. No, we should say, here's the very best codes in the world, because that leads me on to there's two advices that you're going to give these three politicians. None of these politicians live in the countryside. They do not represent, they weren't elected by the islanders, because we don't have the senator anymore, so there's no island-wide. They're not representing the island as a whole, they're representing their local community that don't live in this neighbourhood and live in the countryside. That they have to be explained to them somehow why this development will improve people's health of the islanders, of those people in St Helier. So the starting point is, surely there should be no apartment on this development that if anybody moved from any home in existing St Helier, the noise will not increase. So they're living in St Helier, the busiest road in St Helier. They will not move to here, and it will be noisier. And how do we do that? Because leads me now into the health impact assessment, which has not been provided on this master plan. What is the purpose of it is led by the World Health Organization. It's United Nations. Everybody has to do one. The whole of Europe has to do them, except Jersey. And why do we do them? Because the NHS actually led in the field of all the analytical modelling, beyond DB this, DB that. They were talking about human beings becoming sick, building sickness syndrome. When you live in that building, you're going to get sick. So we in London have to do it for every development, more than 10 residential units. This is 1,000. We have to do it for every non-residential development, more than 1,000 square meters. This is 35,000 square meters. The bit I'm pleading with is that what are we signing off? Because I've been wasting people's time, and I apologise. There's only 5 of us for the members of the public, and I'm popped up again. We wasted a lot of the beginning of the inquiry about what are we trying to approve. I do stress that if you're dealing with noise, and I can't learn a gentleman's on both sides of here that deal with noise. If you have a master plan A, every home is quiet. Master plan B, providing the same amount of 1,000 homes that is noisy. We have to mechanically ventilate. People can't open their windows. They can't sleep at night. Now, take that to the minister and ask them, is this good enough? Does Jersey deserve this? And it doesn't. And I think noise is, on this particular site that faces the sea and the beach and the tranquility and the enjoyment that most very wealthy people want to live on when they come to the island, the beach, you can find 1,000 homes on the beach and they can enjoy tranquility. So my concerns are on noise is a master plan can come forward and solve it. Just a matter of interest. There is less noise exposure for the shops, right? For the shops, for the discos, for the bars, less exposure to noise on this development than it is for the nurse facing on the cheap side of the block, facing the road. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. I'll correct what I said earlier. You did actually mention noise in your proof of evidence. It was just one line, but you did mention it. Okay. Any more questions before I look to...
Would I be able to just come back? Thank you, Mr. McCarthy, for your comments. Just in terms of the health impact assessment, as you rightly say, it isn't a legal requirement here in Jersey. That doesn't mean that it's not an important consideration, and I absolutely do agree with you. I took the matter as far as I could in that we consulted with the Public Health Directorate on the planning application, and I would just say to the inspector that that is part of the consultation responses that you have before you. So
yes, and there is a chapter in the environmental impact assessment that does cover population and health. It might not be the health impact assessment that Mr. McCarthy is used to in London.
But it doesn't cover noise?
No. Well, noise is a separate chapter.
No, in the health, the health impact assessment you're referring to does not cover noise. So it does not exist. So the minister...
I didn't call it a health impact assessment. It's a chapter that covers...
But the ministers do not have the information to prove that if anybody living in St Helier today, if they move from where they live now, they will be exposed to less noise. anywhere in this development.
No, I understand your
That's what a health impact assessment is.
Could we ask who that opinion came from? Did that come from Dr. Bradley, which is the new state's appointment on health policy, which is a new role in Jersey, or has this come from the environmental health team? I'd like to know that, please, because that's really quite a significant matter.
It was definitely from SPPP, Strategic Planning Policy and Performance, and I can clarify in a moment when I
So
get my hand on it.
what are they called?
It's Public Health Directorate.
Oh, yeah, it's core document CR17. I'll look at it in detail.
It's just that obviously it would be useful if there's expressed an opinion that there's not a problem to hear from the person who wrote it.
It's not named, it's just Public Health Directorate.
Yeah, there is no name. It's Cabinet Office letterhead, and it seems, just skimming it, it seems fairly general in its approach and assessment.
Does it deal with noise specifically, sir?
You'll have to give me a moment to skim through it and. I'll try and summarise it as I'm sort of skimming through it. It sort of sets the scene and says it wishes to draw attention to the issues that could impact on health and well-being, and it says that the Directorate agrees with the themes identified by the applicant in the EIA, and it believes that the proposed development has the potential to contribute positively towards mental and physical health and well-being outcomes. The proposed development can promote and enable healthy lifestyles and behaviours such as social connectivity and integration, physical activity, active travel such as cycling and walking, and secure and affordable housing, which have shown to improve a range of mental and physical health outcomes among the population, including reducing the risk of chronic diseases such as obesity, diabetes and heart disease, and reducing social isolation and loneliness. The health and well-being outcomes can be achieved through appropriate and high-quality design and the provision of functional, usable and accessible open space, as well as homes, facilities and services that meet a range of population needs. It goes on to say the Director recognises that the application is at an outline stage. I can't see any specific reference to. It picks up that the EIA does not address food and nutrition. There isn't a specific noise reference that I can see.
Thank you for reading that out, sir. Obviously, that does seem to relate to the broader active travel or active components of the scheme rather than the residential
Yes.
part.
I will read it closely in my assessment, but what I'm picking up there is it's a high level and generally positive diagnosis, if I want to have a better word.
I think the issue's out there now, so.
Can I add in there? I can't believe that. How can they make those statements without a health impact assessment in accordance with NHS best
Well,
practice?
Mr. McCullough, I have to go on the basis of what's in front of me. That has come from the Islands Public Health Directorate. It's on official Cabinet Office paper.
I don't know who that is, though. It's the trouble. It's anonymous.
Well,
I think I make a complaint on this. I think really when we get official opinions from the Cabinet Office, we should know who's responsible and accountable for that. So I think you should have that in order to rely on it.
And of the qualification.
okay. Let me just make a note before I lose this. Any points the applicant wishes to come back on that you've heard there?
I've
Just,
got
just a
apologies. Please carry on. I'll go right to the end, if that's okay, sir. But if the team...
yeah, sorry about that. Just a very quick one from me. There seemed to be, if I was understanding what I was hearing, there seems to be an impression that we've got a carte blanche over what noise levels we achieve within the apartments, which just isn't the case. So we would design these apartments to achieve noise criteria, which are set out in the most accredited guidance that we use is a British standard, which is British Standard BS 8233, which provides limits for bedrooms, living rooms, and kitchen dining areas, as well as external amenity areas. They are based on another document, which is the WHO guidelines for community noise. Again, these documents are prepared based on research completed by the WHO with regards to the impacts of noise on health and the quality of sleep. Those limits would take into account both the kind of average noise level during the daytime and maximum noise events through a parameter called the Lmax. So that would be the kind of sirens, banging, clanging, that kind of thing. So that would be taken into account as well. And the apartments have to be achieved to achieve these criteria. It's best practice, it's good practice, it's what we do on every residential development we work on.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Nicholson, did you want to add?
I had some kind of non-technical points to make, sir. First of all, in response to the public comments, we did review wind. We spent a dedicated session on wind, so it's disingenuous to say that's not been considered. I was just bringing us back into line with the context of the Bridging Island plan, and 2 points to make in relation to what it says. First of all, we have an overarching strategy which seeks to deliver the vast majority of the island's housing needs into the built-up area, primarily into the centre of St Helier, where this is not going to be an uncommon matter as a result of that Bridging Island plan strategy. So these considerations come hand in glove with what the Island Plan seeks us to do. Second point from the Island Plan was something we've considered earlier as well, and it's the deliberate wording within policy GD1 in relation to amenities. We had our earlier session, of which this is really a second chapter of points that we've already looked at. The tests are, to paraphrase, unreasonable harm, and the level of amenities are that which might be expected to be enjoyed. That is a relative test, sir. I'd also point out that the A1, as is I quite like referring to it as that. The A1 is not the M25 in terms of relative tests. This is not the peripherique. It is a main east-west road in the centre of St Helier. There are already homes all along that road. We've got just to the west, Century Buildings has been there 15 or 20 years. Just to the east, on the other side of the tunnel, on a main roundabout, Andium are delivering the limes. We have just been through a process of approvals for the Mayfair site, the Apollo site, the Ann Street Brewery site. All of those are on the ring road, and I'd suggest that they're on a part of the ring road where there are traffic constraints, and the issues of noise are probably more significant than on a relatively free-flowing part of the A1. My final point is that we shouldn't lose sight that the existing context is not the proposed context. The building line is moved back. There are generous provisions made for landscaping within the foreground area. There are generous provisions made for landscaping within the road itself. So to stand on the side of that road now is not considering the context that the application proposes. So thank you very much for the technical input. That was my non-technical thoughts in relation to the planning frameworks.
Thanks, Mr. Nicholson.
There was a point.
Go on.
When I was talking about it, wind, I was talking about the analysis of noise from wind. That has not been done at all, where it's claimed it has, in this noise section. The other bit is about heating. What you do is people give off heat. So forgetting all the glazing and shading, you need to get heat rejection. And if you can't, you need a lot of air. You've got, the fresh air coming from the sea to cool you down. And if you can't get enough openings, you can't rely on mechanical ventilation, it will not cool you. So then you have to put air conditioning in. So what we end up with a scenario where there's a nightclub down below that is quiet and that then has heat rejection from that, going up to the roof to plant on that roof, and your flat opens the window looking at the plant, doing heat rejection. That's the fundamental problem. What are we doing with retail at the ground level and heat rejection, where they're in the quiet zone, and their heat rejection is generating noise at the roof, where you have ecology, which doesn't want the noise either, and you've got, because it's step development, you've got people in apartments that open their window to that noise. And they're facing south, that's overheating. So this is what master planning is about. This is not an environmental master plan that is considering the human beings that live in it. It is an accountant's book shelf stacking exercise to maximise return. That's it. However, you can still make more money out of this development by making a healthy development and improving the government's top priority, which states improving the health and well-being of islanders of all ages.
Okay.
If I could also make a further comment, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Nicholson, for your commentary on policy GD1, which I agree with. I'd also just refer to policy H1, which calls upon us to consider housing quality and design as an important consideration. So actually the discussions have been very helpful. Policy H1 requires us to look to provide good quality accommodation and only support developments where they maximise opportunities for daylight, sunlight and natural ventilation to internal spaces, avoiding single aspect plan forms. So I think the discussion on ventilation and opportunities is actually entirely appropriate and welcomed. I'd also just make reference to traffic noise, and Mr. Nicholson made reference to other schemes that maybe had higher levels of traffic and therefore consequent noises. It's not just about traffic volumes, and as you mentioned with the other scheme, that with this site we have a lot of free-flowing traffic, and I think that in itself can cause problems because noise impacts are actually also associated with driver behaviour, and when you sometimes have the free-flowing traffic, you get the noise associated with acceleration and increasing speed. So it's not just a matter of volumes of vehicles.
I don't disagree, sir. I think my points were at a higher level in relation to amenities that might expect to be enjoyed.
Understood.
I do feel it's necessary to come back on, unfortunately, another correction of facts from the public. I'm not aware that anyone is talking about a nightclub on this site. It's not within the application.
No, that was a new one on me. I don't think it was in the schedule of land uses.
Yes, but okay, well, a restaurant, a supermarket, what I'm trying to say...
The same point applies,
it's the same
yes.
point. But also, what we are doing is putting 1,500 people going to cross this road in the morning, and from the development, and there'll be people going the other way to work, we've got a crossroad. We're putting a barrier right across the road. And what you pointed out, which is absolutely right, this is a racetrack. So when you're waiting at the lights, you put your foot on the accelerator to 40 miles an hour. There will be an increase in noise, significant on that road, because of the crossing, which has not been considered at all from the documents I've read.
Mr. Fiber.
I'd just like to make one point about the traffic and sighting units alongside of the road, and a reference is made to the current developments that are taking place at the Mayfair, the Apollo Hotel, along St Saviour's Road. No comparison could be made between that and what's happening here on the waterfront. The waterfront is a main highway in and out of St Helier, and unless some figures can be given to you, sir, that give some examples of traffic flow in the areas that are being used as an example, I think you should discount them. Secondly, I'd like to just tell a personal situation. I live in a flat that is no more than 15 feet away from the inner road of St Helier. It's an Andean home, and prior to the development that took place there, when it was double glazed and insulated, you certainly couldn't open any windows, and you certainly had great noise. Ever since the development took place, it's been brilliant because it has cut out all the noise. So certainly that will happen, but there's no way we can open a window, not just because of the double glazing, or because of the double glazing, but also because of the sunshine that comes into the house, makes it almost impossible for people not to live in them without drawing their curtains. And if anyone who looks at our block of flats in the afternoon, the western sun, you will see most of them have their curtains drawn for the very reason that it's intolerably hot.
Okay. Right, thank you. Right, that's...
Probably the only person in the group who's actually built a building down there. When we did La Fregat, we built a 1-50 model for wind testing. It was sent to Bath University. Next door was Bristol, where they were building Concord. We used the same wind tunnels as Concord. And when we got the report back, it's probably about 100 pages. And the first page had just one line on it, and it said, Jersey's a windy place. But by the way, you're in the windiest place on the island. You've got the wrong shape of the building. It's in, you know, it was, it virtually condemned the building of the building, but, you know, it's there. We used both building technology, and it has survived. The second thing I should remind you of, about 10, 15 years ago, there's a huge furore in Jersey about rooftop plant and the visual impact, the bad visual impact they were having in the whole town. If you went to Fort Regent, there was a landscape of rooftop plant, very unsightly visually. Now Chris has reminded me, down the new scheme down there, you're going to have a problem with rooftop plant and noise. And I'll just refer to one particular instance. I got involved with Better Ways, the political people, who had their meetings last June, a whole string of them, in Cooper's, the new office buildings. And we went outside to have a meeting. It was impossible to have a meeting, absolutely impossible. That's all I'll say. Point of information.
Thank you, sir. Okay, right, well that's been an interesting discussion on noise and given me a lot to think about. We will come back to noise shortly when we're talking about the construction impacts, but I'd just like to deal with a fairly technical issue around air quality. And I believe, is this Mr. Fowler's expertise? It's Mr. Fowler, is it?
Sound on?
Yes, I think
Yes.
so. Good morning, all. Can everyone hear me? Yeah.
We can, thank you.
Yep, perfect.
Yes. Okay. Let me just sort of set the scene for this, because, as I said earlier, I have been through the environmental impact assessment, and there are the results are that there are. Let me just get my notes. Yeah, I mean, it concludes that with various mitigations, air quality impacts are negligible and not significant effects at either the construction or the operational phases. And I just wanted to, well, Let me just ask the applicant's witness, could you just sum up what you did? And then I'm going to ask you some questions about table 11.13 and 11.14 in the EIA. So if you just very briefly sum up what you did in terms of testing and modelling.
Certainly. We did a construction assessment, which was based on the IAQM construction guidance, which is the Institute of Air Quality Management, which presented most likely effects on local air quality from nuisance dusts or exhaust emissions from construction vehicles. And there would be, without any mitigation, a high risk, partly due to the location of the development, but following mitigation measures which would be set out within the construction environmental management plan, the effect from construction would be minimised and the effect would be negligible. Again, the construction traffic movements would be agreed with the government in Jersey to decide the best routes. And following that and other measures, the effect of construction vehicles on local quality would also be negligible. Now, with regard to the end state of development, we undertook dispersion modelling to assess the effect of the development on local air quality, looking at both existing receptors in the local area and also future users of the development. The modelling indicates that levels of nitrogen dioxide and particulates would not exceed nationally accepted limits when the development is completed in 2034. And as a result of that, the development would accord with policy ME3, air quality and increased emissions of the bridging local plan, island plan, sorry. So that's sort of summary of
Thank
the
you.
assessment undertaken.
Okay. Let me just test this a little further. You appreciate that you're the expert, I'm not, and I'm just reading. Well, firstly, just in terms of the main A1 road corridor that we've talked about, it's a busy road. You've modelled the potential air quality effects on the proposed blocks, haven't you? And
Yes, I have, yes.
in table 11.13 and 11.14 of the environmental impact assessment, you give those modelled effects for nitrous oxide and particulates. And what you're actually modelling there is that they would be well below threshold levels which would trigger a problem. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Right, okay.
Yes.
And what I want to understand is, I mean, obviously the area that I need to ask some questions around is the apartments that would be facing directly the road. And you've got blocks C1, D1, E1 in particular that are on the west side of the road, and we've heard that discussion when we were talking about noise, about windows being shut or open. But when you've modelled those blocks in your table, what have you actually assumed? Have you assumed that somebody within those blocks is in there with the windows shut?
It's basically assuming the receptors there without the development at all. So it's assuming it's not including the development as such. It's just a location,
Right.
a distance from the road traffic.
Okay.
We concentrate on the road traffic because there's no combustion plant.
Okay. Well, let me ask another related question then, in slightly a more specific question. So just say there was an apartment in block D1 which was a single aspect and it faced towards those 6 lanes of traffic, and they had all the windows open. It was in the summer, and you've got that, whatever it is, 30-something thousand vehicles flowing past a day. would the air quality within that apartment be acceptable, or would it be affected by those pollutants getting into their apartments?
So the concentrations presented in tables 11.11 and 11.12. Sorry, yeah, the NO2 and the particulates, they are based on an annual average. So the average concentration exposed to at those locations would be significantly below the Jersey air quality objectives. Obviously,
And
throughout the year.
Would that be irrespective of you being indoors or outdoors?
Yes, that is irrespective.
Right.
It is, well, not, yeah, as I said earlier, not relevant on development. It's more the location from the road traffic.
Okay, and just to put these results in context, the table 11.13, which is nitrous oxide, I mean, the figures that I'm seeing there, I mean, they don't mean a great deal to me, but they're high teens. There's a couple in the 20s in terms of locations. In St Helier, we've got General Hospital, Pearson Road, Marina Court. You've got all of those. And then you've modelled the results for the blocks that are proposed. And they're of a similar nature. They're high teens, 17, 19, 18.7. Just for the benefit of the public, those figures that you've got, so just say round about 20-ish.
Yep.
At what point would would alarm bells start ringing? How high do you?
The Jersey air quality objectives state 40, so double the. If you're assuming 20 as a conservative average, so it'd be almost double, or it would be double the concentrations that are predicted with the development in place.
And same question with particulates, where again you've got some existing locations which are most of them start with 7. There's a few with 8, and your modelled locations within the development are 7.2 to 7.7. Again, where do alarm bells ring?
That's for the particulate matter 2.5, which is the size of it, and the Jersey objectives state an annual mean of 25, so you're significantly below that. For the PM10, which is to the left of the table, it's similar to the NO2, I'd imagine. Yes, 19, 20, and again the Jersey objectives is 40 for that. So you're approximately half for the PM10 and approximately a third of the objective for the PM2.5.
Okay, so what that evidence, there might be one or two people that will want to ask questions and possibly disagree, but what that evidence is telling me then is that subject of course to details that would be worked through reserve matters, the proposed development is capable of achieving air quality levels that are going to be comfortably below those which would trigger any concern.
Yes, that's correct. I would just like to point out that the receptors chosen both in the proposed development and the existing receptors were selected to be very conservative, worst case, closest to the road traffic. So there would be, yes, so that is,
okay,
my professional opinion, the worst concentration that would be.
My final question then, just to conclude my curiosity on this, is the assessment that you've taken and undertaken, you're clearly dealing with an outline application, all matters reserved. It's relatively high level and strategic. So I just want to ask the question that, is there any possibility that within the development, possibly with very bad design, you might have localised air quality issues within the development? And if so, how are they avoided?
No, I don't believe there would be any air quality issues. The developer is taken out potentially if there was significant amounts of combustion plant to sort of serve the development through heating, could cause a localised issue, but that is not being proposed. So no, I don't believe there would be an issue.
Thank you. That's actually been really helpful for me in trying to understand the evidence. Do planning authority have any air quality comments?
I would just like to question the 2019 baseline. Where was that information pulled from? Was that done testing at the site, or is that through the government testing?
It's all based on the government monitoring sites in the area.
Okay, so the two PM10 government monitoring sites, one is based at Bereford Street out Central Market, and the other is at Howard Davis Park. My query would be whether on this particular road that background level would be reflective of the actual air quality in that particular area.
Bear with me a second, I will just look into be used for that. Yeah, for the background levels, we use the Howard Davis Park for the PM10, PM2.5, and the Bass Centre for NO2, as it was higher than the Howard Davis Park.
So
yeah, sorry. Your question was, is it representative? And I would argue that it is, obviously, by the A1, less so. But as a site overall, I believe the backgrounds were representative.
what do you say, Mr. Craig?
I would probably request there be some more investigation as to the air quality by the site, by the A1.
So those baseline figures then, they are not sourced from air monitoring kit adjacent to the A1?
No. We have two particulate meters. One is associated in the Central Market at Bereford Street, and the other is situated above the offices and equipment stores of Howard Davis Park. I wouldn't believe the air quality monitoring from either unit to be necessarily reflective of particulates in that area.
Okay, so how have those baseline figures been derived then?
That would be from the historic data collected by the two Osiris units, which are the particulate units that we, as government, have set up at those 2 points in the island.
But when I look at the tables, those different locations around St Helier, they've all got a 2019 baseline figure, and they're different. You know, not different by much, but 19.8, 20.5, 20.2, 21.6. I just want to understand where those figures have come from.
I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Sorry, was that addressed to myself?
Yes.
There's different concentrations for both of the monitors, or just?
Well, if we take particulate matter, I think what I was hearing from Mr. Cragg is that there's only 2 measuring points, bits of kit. One's by the market and one's by Howard Davis Park. There isn't monitoring kit along the A1, so I was just trying to understand, if there's only 2 monitoring points, how are there different baseline figures for these various locations, the ID points 1 through to 12 or whatever it is?
From my receptors selected.
Sorry,
I don't understand the question. You're saying there's two monitors, or 2 automatic monitors.
Yes.
In the market in Howard Davis Park.
Yes, and so, and these monitor particulates, yes?
Correct.
Yes. And in your table 11.14, that sets out 2019 baseline figures for particulates at various locations. And I'm just trying to understand where those figures have come from. Is it...
So the figures are based on road traffic numbers at various different locations. So we do a model verification. So it's all based on the traffic numbers on the roads surrounding the receptors in 11.14, if that makes sense.
Okay. Mr. Craig, do you understand that?
No, not particularly. So the 2019 baseline was information gathered from the 2 units utilised by the government.
Yes and no. Yes, to get a baseline, the backgrounds were used for the backgrounds within the model, and then the calculations are based on the road traffic in the surrounding area as well.
So you've.
So there's
Am I hearing that you've taken that publicly collected data and you have calibrated it to those locations through the input of traffic numbers?
Yes.
Right.
In some, yes.
Okay. Mr. Young wants to ask a question.
Yes, I do, sir. Obviously, during my time, again, as Minister, a lot of attention. This is quite an important political issue in the island and for the community, particularly in town, because of the policies Mr. Nicholson pointed out, where we have policies concentrating our development in town. The impact on people's living conditions is huge, and particularly on particulate matter, particularly the smaller 2.5 particles, which are very damaging, and particularly to children. The evidence has been that is damaging to children's lungs. They're much worse affected by poor air quality than adults. Now, yes, I'm really grateful for the information given there about those 2 points, because they are long established. Lots of efforts have been made to establish levels throughout the island with other solutions, but I have to tell you, all efforts so far have not been successful. It is not easy to determine levels in practice, because they do change with all sorts of things. I'm sure you're aware, sir, they change with air conditions, wind conditions, they change with the temperature and so on. There's 101 factors that influence the levels in places. For example, to illustrate, sir, one of the known nasty places for air quality is the tunnel. And it's well known that we try to discourage people walking through the tunnel, but there's no question that's an example of where levels are high. And there are so many variables, so in my experience, and I know that the states have got a project underway to try and get more of these a system in place, but we don't have it. But where, I think it is important that where we've got numbers being quoted making a case for putting a development behind alongside our busiest road, that we have accurate information. So I don't know whether does the applicant think that what we've heard is satisfactory and whether or not the argument's accepted that we should have proper, accurate information on what the air pollution levels are at the moment, the baseline levels, so we can assess properly what the people living the 900 odd homes alongside that road are going to have to deal with. Thanks, sir. So do they agree?
Sorry. Thank you for your comments. Regarding the tunnel, yes, totally agree. In the tunnel, obviously the pollutants don't disperse as readily as outside of the tunnel. In our model, we have included street canyons to assess streets that have less dispersion than streets that wouldn't, i.e. the sort of sides of the streets are higher than the width of the road. So we have assessed a lack of dispersion in our model. Additionally, the concentrations are based on an annual average, so it does take into account all the different seasons, temperatures, wind directions that you get on the island. Is actually the windrows was from the Jersey Met site on the island. So we have taken into account the local area and the local meteorological conditions. We consulted with Jersey regarding the use of the monitoring data available, and that wasn't raised to us then. And yeah, I obviously it's as good as you're going to get. We can't use. It's also worth noting that if you have a monitoring site on the road, that's not going to be representative of conditions experienced in the development, because the concentrations drop off quite significantly from distance from the exhaust emissions on the road. And that is why there is in the report diffusion tube monitors set out, the closest ones to the site, and they could not be curbside locations, which are monitors located within a metre of the road, should not be used for model verification because of that reason, that vehicle emissions drop off, the concentrations from vehicle emissions drop off significantly from distance from the road. So if you put a monitor on the A1, it wouldn't be representative of the conditions you'd experience at the site, particularly as there's a setback from the road.
Okay, thank you. One last question, supplementary. Would you expect that the levels will be higher within the underpass, where obviously not exposed to the flow of air?
Yes.
Thank you. Right, thank you.
Will be higher.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Vibert.
Thank you, sir. I must say I'm incredibly surprised by the lack of information on this whole subject. To be given monitoring figures based on places that are nearly a mile away from where we're really talking about seems to me quite extraordinary, especially as I now have been told that if you live in London, you can receive conditions of air monitoring on your telephone every day. What you, sir, I would have thought would require is what is the condition of air currently on the waterfront, and how polluted is it, and how worse will it get when this development has taken place. I believe that's what you need to know, and I believe you should totally ignore the figures you've been given as being completely irrelevant.
Well, I think there's a limit how far I can take this today. In terms of where you are, Mr. Cragg, I'd just like to sort of test with you, is this an issue of you'd prefer some better information rather than you see that air quality is a kind of potential reason for refusal? Is it on that spectrum?
It would be more information to prove otherwise. I think would be the fairest way to put it. Particularly some more specific information that's reflective of the site, of that road in particular. As has been quoted 30,000 cars moving across it every day. I find it unlikely there are 30,000 cars moving past the central market every day. That I do certainly take into account roadside monitoring is not necessarily reflective. It is reflective for pedestrians that will be walking through the area. There is an increase in footfall to a large development. Air quality will be a consideration. But certainly some more reflective monitoring to be done within the specific area to be able to comment further on the acceptability of the levels.
I mean, my suggestion on this is, I mean, we have on various technical matters had various statements of common ground, and occasionally I've given people a bit of homework to go away and have a chat. I think it would certainly assist me if you were able to have some further discussions with the applicant on these points, because we're not going to resolve them here, but it's been a useful forum to air some concerns. And I particularly welcome your response to my question around, is this about further information or is it a refusal issue? And you're down the further information end of the spectrum. So I would invite you to have those conversations outside of this inquiry. And if that turns into a note that would be helpful for me in advising the Minister, then please produce it and send it through the programme officer, and we'll add it to the inquiry documents. I'm not going to rush you to do that, but other than to let you know that my timescale for report writing is I have to issue a report to the Minister by the end of June. Clearly, the sooner you can do it, the easier it is for me to work it in. But if it comes forward in the next perhaps 2 to 3 weeks, that would be very helpful. Is that okay?
I'm more than happy to do that. More than happy to work with the applicant and agree a methodology. Very aware, say, in regards to that, on behalf of the applicant, air quality assessments aren't quick assessments. But in terms of how they would like to proceed with that, obviously, more than happy to discuss that with them.
Yes. Okay.
So if I might add, I think it is best that we conclude it outside this room. We don't have a proof in relation to these matters. I appreciate the witnesses standing in for Mr. Bowditch, who has been the point of liaison. Indeed, we changed the timetable around to accommodate Mr. Bowditch, and he's not here, one reason or another. We do have in the submissions from Mrs. Johnson reference to air quality, that will be dealt with in the written submissions from the environmental health team. That is dealt with in their written submissions. There is a statement which explains their position. The proof of Mr. Fowler and the EIA also runs through the agreement to the methodology, which is documented in both the proof and the EIA from Mr. Bowditch on behalf of the environmental health team.
Yes. Yes. All of that said, I think the discussion that we had here did raise this question about the robustness of using data gathered from locations which do not, on the face of it, seem that comparable to the site.
Except we are where we are.
Yeah. Okay, well, let's leave it at that.
Sorry, sir, can I just interrupt? Because I understand there is no monitoring equipment in Jersey to actually directly monitor air pollution.
We have monitoring information at the IFC, live monitoring.
So is there equipment?
Yes, we've heard there's equipment by the market, we've heard there's equipment by Howard Davis Park, and we have, the applicant has monitoring equipment at the IFC and has produced a log of all that information for many years.
Okay, right. Ms. McCarthy, are you going to help me? Because I have concluded my thoughts on that.
Well, what's been said today, you haven't provided the fundamental information.
Mr. McCarthy, have you studied Chapter 11 of the EIA?
Yes.
Okay, and you're going to talk about that, are you?
Yes. Yes, but I think it's you're reporting to the ministers, which is going to be in layman's terms. So I don't think they're going to read. This is so we understand that air quality and the impact on humans' health is extremely complex. And I would have been supported by the scientific evidence by another, but because
Mr. McCulloch, I don't need a lecture on air quality.
I'll move on. The importance is that the right for fresh air is a human right, and it's a children's right. And I don't know whether that's a material consideration for objection is in the process here, but there is air pollution, and the people that collect the air pollution and take it out of the air are human beings and wildlife. And therefore, the total objective everywhere in the world under the WHO terms is to improve the air quality, not only of this development, but up to 9 miles away. It's the roads, it's the whole. So what it should not do is make the air worse. But also, the tunnel already exceeds the WHO limits, and it states in planning documents it must not get worse. And what it means getting worse is you walk through there, there's, is the air pollution going to get worse? And it will do, because the development at the other end of the tunnel will enclose the openness of the exhaust of the flumes from there, so it's going to get worse. But it's also human beings' capability of dealing with air pollution is weakening with asthma. So in the old days, you would just die, and of course now people, and they've been born. And the air pollution affects the baby in the womb and the child.
Mr. McCarthy,
yeah, sorry.
no, please listen to me. I fully understand the importance of equality. I don't need you to go through this material.
That's fine. I just want to give a background when you report to ministers who are laymen and women. It's difficult.
I do understand.
I'm going to focus. I'm going to talk about.
No, don't talk over me, please. You can tell me how important air quality is for the next hour. I won't be writing anything down because I already know that it's a very important consideration. It's why we've had this session. It's why I've read the evidence. It's why we've got an officer here who's experienced in those matters, and I use that to inform my report. If you want to add to that, that's fine. Or if you want to ask some questions around the methodology, that's fine. But please, I don't need to be told that an important matter is important.
Okay, that's fine. That's understood. It was just part of my evidence, and part of an evidence is to measure the harm. But I wanted to highlight that the WHO have got limits, and this is all related to the EIA, which limits the amount of air pollution, and it's ongoing. So in the EIAs, they only measure PM10s, these particulate matters. This is fine dust. But the actual one that kills you is PM5, much smaller. But there isn't instrumentation to measure it, so we don't know. So the EIA does not cover PM5s or PM1s. And the reason is the small particles is because when you breathe them in, the dust, your nose takes out that, but it doesn't take out the PM1s, and that's what kills you. So we're all about improving the air quality, not only on the site, but elsewhere. So the starting point is this site, with the prevailing winds off the sea, because what happens is the air goes over the sea, and it touches the sea, and then it comes into the site, is the best air in the world. Okay, it comes into the site. We start there, and then now we're talking about the problem. And the problem is predominantly the road, plus the traffic coming from the harbour, 24/7. That's the other aspect about air pollution is brakes. So what we're going to do is block the road to allow 1,500 people to cross. And when they cross, they're children in prams, they're babies. And the thing about air pollution, it's low, it's heavy. So what you do is you get a concentration of the air pollution. A lot of these sniffers you see are up at the top of a lamppost. They're not actually where the baby is or the child breathing the air. So that's where the receptors should be going. And they need to do a forecast of the crossing. Because at the crossing, the brakes are applied, and once the red light goes, the acceleration. And there is a much higher amount of air pollution associated with brakes, braking, and acceleration, because the fuel doesn't burn properly. You may know that. You're told don't accelerate because you waste a lot of fuel, because the fuel doesn't do anything. Then it's a high level of concentration. So this strip of path that crosses the road is a high concentration of air pollution. And who's hoovering it up is the baby. Who's hoovering it up is the woman that's pregnant. Who's hoovering it up is somebody in a wheelchair because they can't breathe and they have an asthma attack. So I want to focus this development. The next big thing, which is on the EIA, which I just don't understand why it hasn't been done, and I will probably do now, is this thing called an air pollution canyon. And learned, because I don't have my support here, but I think both the applicants, professionals, and the planning know what an air pollution canyon is. Yes. And it is planning policy not to create air pollution canyons. You have I've worked on the most complex air pollution dispersion modeling in the world. When we worked on Greenwich Millennium and the M4, it is extremely complicated, but you've got a three-dimensional one here. You've got an air pollution bowl, and air pollution's heavy, so you've got people in the traffic sitting in their car with the kids in the back. You've got roundabouts, and you've got pedestrians. And what you do is that at the present moment of time, the air goes over the open car park and disperses that air pollution, dilutes it. Because that's all you can do, is dilute it. So it's quite actually very important. Then, if you then build a wall, that air can't come in. It flies through the lovely fresh air, flies over the development and goes over to the other side of St Helier. It doesn't dilute the air pollution. But you make it even worse, because what also happens is, because on both sides you have buildings, when the sun comes up, and it's all part of, which hasn't been covered in the EIA, the sun hits the building, so it draws the air up, so the air starts to rise up the building. So what you get there is the air pollution from the road drifting across the pavement where the baby is in the pram, then starts to rise up the building where your balconies are. So it's not about a volume of air pollution, it's about the movement of the air pollution. And this is on a still day. So what you're doing is feeding that pollution to those individuals. Right, next is another source of air pollution, is the exhaust from the basement car parks. Now I'm going to start off with the existing car park that's underneath that lovely park. So similarly, the exhaust from that car park is at street level. Is that, well, the exhaust from that car, there isn't a chimney there, is there? You know, the pollution comes out of that car park where everybody's enjoying the park and lying down and enjoying that space. So but actually what happens now is the wind comes over that building and you've got a lovely swimming pool, but it comes back down again, and what you get is this turbulence, and it takes that pollution from that car park away. If you then put you take down that lovely swimming pool, replace it with a big slab block, what happens is the wind goes over this lovely park, and what happens is the air pollution from the car park pumps all the time into that green area. and it builds up. So while Johnny's playing, or they are actually exposed to higher and higher air pollution. Every day it builds up until we have a storm. But obviously in the summer, we don't have the storm. So in the summer, we're there. The other aspect, so there's a source of air pollution that has not been, so what it means is that car park may have to close down if you build this development, unless you have a mitigation to deal with it. The next one is the car park we're building for 1,000 cars. Now, this is retail car park, this is office car park, and it's residential, but predominantly retail and office. 24/7, that's used constantly. It's not a car park where you like pure residential, it parks and it goes. So you've got a lot of journeys in that car park, producing a lot of air pollution. So where is that air pollution going to? Is it spilling out onto our lovely streets that we've got, or is it going up the buildings where they're stepped? You notice the building steps. So it comes up at the top of the building where the birds are, and there's a window here in an apartment, and it goes in there. So the thing about master planning, and I go back to the thing, is number one priority is you start off with the most beautiful, amazing fresh air. And one of the reasons...
Mr. McCarthy, yes. I need to move on.
But I'll finish. I'm just going to finish on that.
Finish, please. Yeah.
One of the behind the scenes is we want to build this development so we don't build in the countryside. Why do people want to live in the countryside? Because they want their kids to breathe fresh air. So we've got the best air we've got better fresh air here than we do in the places in the countryside. So all I'm saying is the master plan should ensure that everybody in the house that sleeps, whether it's during the day or night, have it. Because I will stress, for residential, when you spend your time wandering around town and you're walking in the streets, it's all polluted and the air pollution. The night is where your lungs heal. So nighttime is extremely important you have good air. It's the healing of your lungs. And if a child damages their lungs, it's for life. So a third of their lung is damaged, the brain is shrinking because of air pollution. It helps them recover at night. Also, you breathe very slightly when you're sleeping. Therefore, the concentration of what you breathe going into your lungs and staying there is much higher when you're sleeping. So what I'm saying is on the environmental impact on air pollution is that the master plan has not been informed about health and well-being of the people that sleep. It should be, when on the other hand, all these flats that are built there, 1,000 of these flats, could have as good as air as those that are lucky enough to have villas on St. Brelod's Bay. And that's where we should end up with. We should say, poster outside, this is Islanders' land. It should be a big poster, the best fresh air in the island, not the worst. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Okay, just to draw that to a close, I just want to ask the experts that we have here, Mr. Craig and Mr. Fowler, just for some contextual commentary in terms of air quality in Jersey. I listened to Mr. McCarthy and all the points he makes about health and pregnant women and babies and how air pollution might work in practice. But I would like to contextualise this, and I'm familiar with places like Bath and London and in the UK. I'm also familiar with air quality management areas, the designation of them in the UK. Could you both give me a contextual commentary on air quality in Jersey? Is it good, bad, localised problems or whatever, please? Mr. Craig, you go first.
So in general, air quality in the island is extremely good, with general hotspots, as previously mentioned, such as the tunnel. Just given this particular area, there is limited, if no data available to suggest whether or not that would indeed be one of these hotspots. But in general, across the island, the air quality is very good.
Okay, Mr. Fowler, would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. And from the diffusion tube monitoring network provided by Jersey themselves, there is no exceedances of their objectives in any of the diffusion tube locations within 2 kilometres of the site. Therefore, I'd argue that there would be, no problems with air quality at the development. I'd also like to just reiterate the fact that street canyons were included in the model. So the public's comment on dispersion hasn't been taken into account is incorrect, because street canyons were included. And the reference to pedestrians, the objectives are very different for pedestrians whose exposure is very transient and not for more than, a couple of minutes. Is very different to the objectives for a residential unit.
Okay, thank you.
And that's all set out within the EIS chapter on air quality. So it's wrong to use pedestrians and crossing roads and walking through tunnels in the same way that you would assess the impact on residents.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to draw a line at that point. No, you can't. I'm going to draw a line at that point. We will, though, I'm sure, pick up some issues in our next part of the discussion, which will concern construction and demolition impacts, because there's clearly some air quality issues to consider in there. And just to remind that we will have a note that will be produced between the parties on those particular matters that we discussed. I suggest we take a 10-minute break now, and then we will return to complete this session, and we'll look at demolition and construction impacts. I don't want that to be an incredibly long session, because I've said this in other inquiries and planning hearings. Demolition and construction impacts are inevitable. They are not a reason for refusal, and the planning system's response to them is always around management. And that will probably lead us into the conditions session. So whilst there will be some issues to talk around with demolition and construction impacts, the answer is already predetermined, in the sense that there are well-trailed planning conditions and mechanisms, and of course there are mechanisms outside the planning system that control those matters. So we'll take 10 minutes, we'll come back and we'll complete that session. Thank you.
some of the headlining inside is starting to come loose. Birds poking all the time. Leave it alone, leave it alone.
Okay, right, let's get going again with demolition and construction impacts. As I said before the break, I mean, we can talk about this all day, but the answer at the end of the day will be a set of planning condition controls around demolition and construction impacts, typically around a management plan, and that will undoubtedly be on a phased basis. I mean, clearly, a development of this scale, if it were to proceed, will inevitably result in a wide range of demolition and construction impacts. There will be a lot of activity on the site. There's the potential for noise, the potential for dust. We heard yesterday that there will be issues around waste arisings and contamination to be dealt with on site. I think it might be useful if we start this discussion with the applicant just giving a summary of how the development implementation will be managed, and how the sensitivities around neighbours and existing uses, access to the slipway, to Elizabeth Castle and everything else, how would that all be managed to minimise disruption?
Right, sorry, so in terms of the physical management, I think that it's going to have to be a contractor-led issue in terms of which elements of the site are hoarded and when. Yeah. The construction programme is phased and it's indicated in all the material. The ES contains at Appendix 6.1 an outline SEM. It runs through the relevant topics on a kind of technical specialism basis, and that we think is an exemplar response to what would usually be considered relevant in a SEM.
Yes.
I think I should also emphasise that JDC, with the same Waterman's team, were the first contractor to provide air quality monitoring, independent SEM audit compliance, and there is a huge amount of work that has already gone into and will fall into place through the detailed SEM in due course across the range of issues which are valid for inclusion in such a topic.
Thank you. It is quite a chunky document, the SEMP. It does cover the issues I would expect. Let me go to the planning and regulatory authorities, and I assume they have had a look through this document. And are there any particular points you'd like to draw out, or any particular concerns that we need to think about?
So if I could refer to table 12.19 in the EIS. Which is significance of effective noise with mitigation.
Sorry, table 12.19.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So within this table, we've got the construction threshold level, dB, LAEQ over time. So the measurement of noise over time. And there are obviously there are threshold limits there. The demolition and removal of existing surfaces, there are major exceedances of these levels. To reiterate what was mentioned earlier, decibels are...
Sorry, I'm not... The table, make sure I've got the right one. 12...
12.19.
12.19, that's on page...
Page
20, is it?
20, correct.
Yes, okay.
Okay. So
Yes, so I'm following you now, sorry.
Okay. So where we, for example, are looking at the demolition and removal of existing surfaces, many of these are indicating major adverse effects. The current guidance within that utilised by the Environment Health Department would be no exceedances off the site boundary of 75 dB with an LAEQ of no more than 72. Naturally, with the numbers presented here, there are some major exceedances of this. As mentioned previously, decibels work as a logarithmic scale. To give some further context, approximate 10 decibel increase is a doubling of perceived loudness in terms of the exceedance. So with a LAEQ exceedance of 72, there's one example I can see here of a exceedance of up to 88. So we're getting towards the realms of being extremely loud and massively exceeding guidance in regards to that.
But on that point, these are going to be temporary activities, aren't they? And well, firstly, they're going to be temporaries, and so for how long? And secondly, is there anything you can do about them, or are they just inevitable?
So in regards to what can be done about them, case-by-case basis, providing the department is informed and advised of the methods being used and why alternative method cannot be used. And then considerations of additional acoustic screening and various other methods of construction can always be considered. In cases of there is no other recourse, there is going to be disturbance. We appreciate in some instances these things are unavoidable. However, for where we've got predictions of 88 decibels over time, that's quite alarming.
Could I ask Mr. Henry? Mr. Henry, you're building some apartment blocks right next to occupied apartment blocks, and I'm sure you must have some experience of these matters. Could you tell me how it works in practice?
Yes, sir. And you know, we're not the only developer currently constructing new developments adjacent to existing residential units. As you highlighted, sir, these elements of the build are temporary and are for very relatively short periods of time. The planning consents generally provide restrictions on when, at what times of day development activity can take place, and we fully would anticipate those restrictions following through on any consents that we're to receive on this site. We have, as you rightly highlight, carried out a number of developments on the waterfront in recent years, which have been both adjacent to residential accommodation and indeed, sir, existing places of business immediately adjacent to office buildings. The contractors will accord with and submit a detailed SEMP, and their activities will be monitored. There will be noise monitoring on a live basis on site, and those recordings are regularly submitted to the authorities for compliance purposes.
Thank you.
So we've got Mark back on Teams to respond on technical points.
Okay.
Right, thank you.
Overview of those numbers that were in the table. The way that we do our calculations at this outline stage is we base it on a typical plant that would be used for each construction stage. We assume that that plant is operating for 100% of the working day, so that would be a 10-hour working day, and we assume that it's at the closest point on the red line boundary to the sensitive receptor. So everything that's in that table is absolute worst case. But I do agree with the authority that the first step would be for each plot to take a look at the actual equipment that's going to be used on site, to do further assessment. If an issue still remains, to look at alternative measures, so whether there are quieter approaches that we take into a certain activity, whether we can provide additional screening, and if that doesn't work, whether we can seek through written approval with the local authority to get permission to undertake those works at higher noise levels, perhaps working during the less sensitive periods of the day, having quiet breaks during the day to bring down that daily average. So that there's ways and means around it which are tried and tested and dealt with generally, as you discussed a little bit earlier, so dealt with in the camp and through management and planning conditions.
Mr. Crouch, do you agree?
Yeah, I do agree. I merely wanted to raise it as the magnitude of some of the numbers was quite alarming.
Drawing attention to that, that early phase.
One additional point I would like to make is, whilst, yes, it could be deemed these works are temporary, these are temporary works continuing ongoing for, but correct me if I'm wrong, up to 12 years. It has a significant likelihood to have an adverse effect and cause statutory nuisance if it's not managed correctly. So it's the scale and the duration of the overall development has a likelihood to impact individuals.
Yes, and of course a point I made earlier in the week was that as the development unfolds, it creates new sensitive receptors. So as the first apartment blocks are occupied, they then take ownership of those places, and they want, having paid for their apartments and moved in, they expect some peace and quiet, and that's a matter we'll need managing as it continues. Okay.
So, sorry, sir, if I can just add a final point in response to that timescale that was referenced. I believe the highest elements of noise are referenced in the table during the demolition and excavation.
Yes,
Those activities are extremely short. A bulk excavation, just to put this into context, of one of the IFC buildings is 6 weeks, sir.
It's only the removal of existing surfaces. The bulk excavation doesn't reach the 88 threshold from that table. So it's from my limited construction knowledge, I think that would be the pneumatic equipment into concrete. It's the jackhammers.
Yes. Okay. Okay, I'll just see if there's any. I think, Mr. Viber, you wanted to raise something on this, didn't you? So I'll go to you first.
Thank you, Chair. It seems to me that, and so far we have heard absolutely nothing about the fact that this is not an ordinary site. This is a toxic dump. And that's going to involve, as we've been told, the removal of 113,000 tonnes of material. I checked this morning, and with 10-tonne lorries, that's going to mean 11,300 lorry loads of dirt that has to be moved somewhere. Nobody knows where that's going to go at the moment, but whatever happens, it has to go. Now, nowhere in the plans put forward is there any indication of how difficult that's going to be in terms of ensuring that the public are protected during the excavation of this land. It seems to me, as an ordinary member of the public, that the fact that we buried toxic material to safeguard the community and get rid of it, we're now going to uplift it back into the community, which is going to mean a lot of excavators, a lot of trucks driving downwards, creating an enormous amount of noise, an incredibly amount of dust. And I would have thought we would have had somebody from environmental health here to put forward restrictions and plans as we do when we're knocking an asbestos building down. Nobody can go and just knock down asbestos, as you know, sir. certainly in Jersey, there are very strict rules and regulations, and the workmen have to abide by those regulations, and it's not a very pleasant job for them to have to do. How we're going to avoid dust coming from this is something that somebody has to tell us, because the people who live in this area could be under serious threat. It's a serious problem when you're moving toxic material, we all know that, but it doesn't seem to be taken seriously by either developer or, I have to say, by the department. And I think this matter ought to be raised very seriously.
Okay, Mr. Follett, point noted, but I think it's a little unfair to say that we haven't covered those issues. We had quite a lengthy session yesterday, and I think the applicant's witness, Mr. Slater, was quite accepting of the fact that there were going to need to be strict controls around how that material was either processed on site or removed from the site. I think he fully accepted that, didn't he?
Yes, if you'd like me to just provide a brief response, if I may. We take the environmental considerations extremely seriously, and we very much acknowledge the contaminated nature of the site and the need to very carefully remove those materials. There are dust suppression measures that the contractors put in place, ensuring that the material is dampened down, therefore removing and minimising the risk of any material being airborne. And in addition, the vehicles that are used to transport the material have protective covers over their loads, so that no material is at risk of being airborne during the transportation of the material. And finally, the trucks, before they leave, any vehicles leaving the site, need to go through the wheel wash. So there is zero debris on the roads as a result of that wheel washing facility that's on site. And it's a large piece of kit, so it's not just an operative with a hose pipe on the wheels. It's a large trough that the vehicles travel through, as you'll be aware, but just for the audience. Thank you.
And of course, all of that detail would be captured in a detailed SEMP for each phase.
That's correct, sir. Yes.
With the input of the contractor, with the input of the contractor, and that's to do with ownership of the document as well. They are the people on the ground day to day, and they take ownership of the SEMP.
Yes.
Sorry, sir, can I just
yes.
or query something? Surely the situation is that when excavators lift stuff out, it has to then put it into the trucks. So when you talk about it's all going to be enclosed and encased and protected. Could you tell us how?
My understanding is that the site will have been pre-prepared for that activity. So the dampening down of the site ensures that material cannot be airborne during that activity.
Okay, Mr. Cragg.
I was just going to address that, obviously, the query regarding environmental health involvement. That's why I'm here. So I just thought I'd clarify that. And again, as you rightly mentioned, the land is contaminated. We know the land's contaminated. There are best practical means to mitigate dust off sites, and it is legislated against under the Statutory Nuisances Law, Jersey Law 1999 as well. Whereas if there are breaches of that law, we are in a position where, if we needed to, we could serve a statutory notice. Okay.
Okay. Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you. It's me again, but there's only four of us. I just want to start on a positive note, that if a health impact assessment was carried out, you would be able to report back to the ministers how beneficial this construction would be in training young people, utilising modern methods of construction, especially when the ferry's just next door, where there's no height and width and length restrictions as there are anywhere else in the island. And again, this part of the duty under the memorandum of agreement is for this, for JDC to lead the construction industry. And moving from traditional construction of concrete, which produces substantial more CO2 than the cars on the road, this is the project. Because what you need is bulk. And also, the other thing is that construction on the site will never end because people change and adapt. So you can't demolish concrete walls, but you can move timber partitions. So it's the adaptability. So I think there's two constructions. There's building it and operating it and maintaining it. Now, I know time's short, so I'll really get to the point, is that, as you said, don't worry. They've done an environmental management plan, which has been submitted in support of this planning application, and there's nothing to worry about. Where there is, because this 11-hectare site, you should be able to, if any site on the island being constructed, this should have the lowest impact on people because it's such a huge site. You know, it's a lot easier than if you're doing an infill site. The other aspect is phased. So there are some buildings that are completed and people are occupying it, and they're 6 meters away from a builder on some scaffolding. Their impact is going to be privacy, their impact is going to be noise, so they close their windows and the facades don't perform. So what is important is to make that link with the construction phasing and the performance of the facade. They may not need triple glazing during occupation, but also once they take occupation, they have legal rights in a planning application because so what we don't want to end up is a fight with new occupiers and old occupiers, the contractor. But I go back to the very important and very well explained concerns by Watermans about the asbestos. Now, Watermans are the engineers for the Horizon, which is still under construction, and they were the civil engineers for the basement, and the basement, we know the problem during construction, and that the serious problems during construction are related to pollution. But also Watermans explained that we've got over 100,000 metre cubed of soil, which is 20 wheelbarrows is 1 metre cubed. So is that 1 million wheelbarrows of toxic waste? 1 million wheelbarrows. And within one of those wheelbarrows, 1 speck of asbestos could lead to your premature death. So I just want to get the scale. And Watermans told us. And they're going to have hand pickers on the site removing asbestos that they can see. But the one you see doesn't kill you. It's the one you can't see that actually ends up killing you. So to gloss over, so Watermans quite clearly, yes. I would say potentially this is the most dangerous, hazardous construction site in the world. Now, the next thing is, and quite rightly, we have prepared an environmental construction, environmental management plan. And that's fantastic, because what it tells you is this is how we're going to deal with it, and we're going to protect you. Well, that's very odd, because I've read the report, and it talks about removal of all the waste. And then yesterday we heard, no, it's going to stay on the site, and no, it's going to be moved. It's going to, well, actually, there's a disconnect between how this scheme is being looked at and what happens in construction outside the site. And of course, you've got to look at the total picture. But what really concerns me is part of the environmental impact assessment and the scoping, which should have been a public, and we should all said, look, I'm really worried about construction and this affecting me and the neighbours, and you actually inform the scoping and the survey work, and so that when you actually do the EIA, you can actually say, yeah, I'm satisfied that I'm not going to be harmed, and the mitigation will satisfy me. And what's terribly important, the environmental impact assessment is carried out by somebody who's independent from the design team. And the design team, obviously, there's somebody who prepares the construction management plan to say, this is how I'm going to do it. So I say, this is how I'm going to do it. And the person over there looks at it and says, oh, I don't agree with you. But on this project, this huge, huge project, one of the most dangerous construction sites in Europe, and I would compare this to America, where they had to put a bubble, an inflated bubble over the whole site. The same person who is assessing the construction management plan is assessing their own work. Now, how can you take that seriously? So the next question I have is that environmental impact assessment of the construction management plan carried out by the same people is then moves across the table to the planning department. Now, who in the planning department assessed the environmental impact assessment of a report written by the same person? I don't know who in the planning department actually reviewed it, because it's really important. Did you employ the very best consultant in the world that really understands about how to construct and move waste? Who? Well, the second thing is that's what happens on site. The next thing with asbestos is transporting it.
Mr. McCarthy, can I just get you a little bit focused here? I've set the scene on this issue, construction and demolition impacts. I've also told you what is going to be the solution, which is in terms of these conditions and management plans. If there's something you want me to consider putting in my report to the Minister, and that does not relate to how the planning department operates or whatever. If it's evidence-led, you can tell me, and I'll note it down. But you've been talking a while, and I haven't actually written anything.
Fine. I'm talking about the most serious. Anyway,
and this is not the most toxic site in the world, by the way.
Well,
I think I understand you wanted to make a point, but at times I think you do stretch it a little bit.
Well, in a layman's terms, it is. But the other bit is about the Waterman's report on the management of the construction and does not consider at all the transportation of the asbestos from the site, whether it goes to ends up.
It does. I've got it in front of me.
No, it doesn't cover the impact of the transportation of the asbestos to La Colette, about how it's going to be transported in what. So with that goes a band of 100 metres either side of that road. And I think this is very important. So what we've got is a planning application where Watermans are responsible for protecting the public from whatever the contractor does, in how it's built. We've got the same person who's written that report. And then we've got, we don't know actually where we're taking it to. So we don't know whether it's straight to the ferry or it goes to La Colette, but it may not be able to go to Colette, or it may go to St. Peter's, but it may not. But it doesn't cover that. So what I'm saying, this is an outline planning application with this is fundamental information so the minister can make an informed decision whether to accept or reject it. And I'm not getting into the detail, but I'm sorry. I say the application, as I stated from day one, the EIA is inadequate, misleading and false, and it's with omissions. The planning application is similarly inadequate, misleading and false with omissions. So what I'm asking for is, and the department have already stated in their opposition to this planning application, it's inadequate. The question I'm trying to do is, where is it inadequate? They're talking about inadequacy based upon their professional opinion, but they can't obviously make those statements about technical engineering issues of asbestos. And that's where I step in, and that's what I've been trying to highlight on behalf. And I shouldn't have to do this, because if the department did have the necessary technical expertise that was supporting them, I wouldn't have to say anything. And I'm sorry, the reason I'm having to speak is because this is an inadequate planning application through an inadequate process.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Right. Any more on demolition and construction impacts? Mr. Young.
To clarify, I think, it troubles me along is that the issue about whether or not the disruption, noise and dust that potentially can and will arise is temporary, and we can therefore view it as controlled by the normal conditions and so on. I thought we were dealing with a programme here which would last 12 years. And I'd like some clarity of that, because if we are going to see effectively a knock-on of 12 phases over 12 years, it strikes me being that is questionable whether or not we should rely entirely on measures that are supposed to alleviate temporary problems. Because, I mean, to illustrate, we've got the lorries on, people will be moved into those. I don't know how near the closest site that's going to be developed is to them, but I'd like, it's the ongoing nature of it, sir. I mean, 12 years, that strikes me being, a major intervention, and not in the nature of a normal planning application. And later on we're going to discuss it, because I thought planning applications last for so many years, although there's no condition in there to require you to finish the development in a certain period of time. That can't be done. But I'd like some clarity about that, because, I can't recall planning an application saying this is going to be an ongoing thing with 12 years.
Well, Mr. Young, I don't think Jersey's had many planning applications for 984 dwellings, has it?
No, thank you, sir.
I think it clearly will be phased, but those construction impacts will become more localised, won't they?
Well, maybe I'll put it the question. I mean, this probably goes on elsewhere in other parts of the UK. Are the planning officers able to tell me whether or not where such developments happen in other places in the UK, they rely on temporary measures for developments that take 12 years?
Oh, I'm not sure what you mean.
Well, to manage noise and construction impact over 12 years. I mean, people can put up with problems if it's short-lived. No question, they do. But when it's ongoing, and, my recollection was, for example, when the area of the reclamation was dumped, everybody agreed at the time, when all the sheds were built around the sea and so on, I remember it being argued, should this be, how long should this go on for? And it was agreed all the rules about restricting construction were dropped. And the idea was that it went on 24/7 to get it done. Get it over and done quickly. And it strikes me being that was an example of a reaction to people not being prepared to put up with a horrendous level of noise for a very long period of time. So that's the kind of drawing upon the example. 12 years, but we've already heard this area is one of very high ambient background noise levels anyway. Maybe it's part of you know, maybe the advertising for this area should say you just have to be tolerant of noise if you're going to go and live there, you know. So I don't know, sir. But the 12 year, I am worried about just relying on seeing it as a temporary impact.
Yeah. Well, we'll let Mr. Henry come in on this perhaps, but I think what I was hearing from the evidence was that there are going to be some early stages of development which will be noisy, and I think we heard from the applicant side that one of their witnesses was saying it may be that they look at, I think it was that kind of like get it done, get it out of the way type approach. But perhaps Mr. Henry could sort of paint a picture of how this would unfold and be managed over that longer period of time.
Thank you, sir. I think it's worth highlighting that effectively we've had a phased development of the waterfront since 1996. There are some early residential developments that have been adjacent within the outline SEMP at Table 1. And as we've referenced earlier, some of the early works activities are the most noisy, but they are very short-lived, sir. And once you're into the concrete pouring, the establishment of the superstructures, and then the fitting out, those are the works that are less impactful from a noise perspective, and those are the works phases that have the longest duration within that construction cycle. As we've referenced earlier, sir, there will be detailed SEMPs prepared for each development phase, and those SEMPs will need to reflect the adjacencies to neighbouring activities.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Fiber.
Can I just ask you, Mr. Henry, a quick question? Is there any indication how long excavating will take place? What period of time?
I can only provide you, Mr. Vibert, with the estimates from what has taken place to date. On the IFC developments that are removing in the order of 11,000 cubic metres, those activities have been completed within 5 to 6 weeks. There was an extended period of excavation on the Horizon site, as we've spoken about earlier this week, due to the particular circumstances that unveiled themselves on that site, and that is a unique and one-off scenario that will not present itself in the future phases. So we're very much looking at the type of deliveries that we've experienced within the IFC.
Will you be doing excavating of all the excavating in that particular period, or will you be breaking it into sections?
So the phasing table that I've referenced and the phasing plan that is included as part of the application sets out the sections that will be sequenced through. And so there will be a phased approach to the delivery, sir.
So is that 6 weeks, or is that going on? I mean, when you gave us the 6 weeks figure, was that for it all to be done, or would there be future excavations that will need to be carried out?
I'm sorry, so Mr. Vibert, that 6 week period was based on an IFC excavation. I don't have to hand the volumes that are attached with each phase, but that just gives an indication as to what an 11,000 cubic metre excavation, how long that takes. It's 6 weeks. We've obviously have higher levels of excavation here, so there will be a greater period of excavation. But each phase will have its own excavation attached to it. So I couldn't give you an exact figure today as to how long those will take, but it is the shortest work phase within the entire construction process of a particular phase. I'm sorry, I can't be more specific.
Okay. Okay. Right. Well, should we move on then to talk about planning conditions and obligations, unless there are any final comments on. No. Okay.
Sorry. I've just got a couple of questions based
Sure,
on a couple of notes in the EIS. My apologies if this has been discussed at any other point in the week. Please tell me if it has. There was a note in the EIS regarding site startup and close down activities may take place for up to an hour before and then up to an hour after working hours identified, i.e. the noisy working hours. Is there any further context to what that will entail? And in addition, 24/7 working is anticipated due to the requirements of the tidal sequence. Just some more context on that would be warmly welcomed.
I think at this stage that is an indication of what might potentially be needed in different parts of the mixed construction programme. There would, in my experience, be a process of notification if there were to be extended working hours, and I think that would all be for final clarification when the contractor is appointed and the particular methods of working are concluded.
Thank you. Okay, well, let's move on to talk about planning conditions and obligations.
Can I just ask one question?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, it's regarding the coastal defences and the reclamation land behind the new defences that have been proposed. Yesterday, in the discussions around the contaminated materials in that to be excavated, there was discussion that some of that material will be used as part of foundation and stabilisation. We just want reassurance really that none of that material would be used within the new advanced line reclamation areas.
Sorry, that it would...
Would not be used behind the new proposed seawalls.
Okay.
I think that was related, if I'm correct, into the piling rigs, which would be under the new building massing rather than the reclamation of new land around the slipway. I think that's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
Sorry, I think there's a general understanding and commitment that any materials used within that new reclamation area will need to evidence that it isn't contaminated and that it has the right properties to enable that to occur in a safe way.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Let's get to conditions and planning obligation agreement. I did introduce this earlier on, and I won't repeat what I said earlier. There is a document that has been produced, and I believe, is it an agreed document between the planning authority? It's not.
No, not that I think it's controversial, but we hadn't agreed it with
right,
the
okay.
applicant.
So it was produced by the planning authority.
Yeah.
It is on our inquiry documents list. It's document CPOA1, and it's in a useful format for me because it doesn't give me pages and pages of detailed drafting of conditions. I don't necessarily want to go through this line by line because I do understand the topics that are set out there. Although I might just ask Ms Johnson just to briefly run through her thinking on the structure of the document. If we deal with conditions first, do you want to just explain the document and explain the extent of your agreement with Mr Nicholson, if you're able to?
Sure. Sure. The document was actually produced by Mr Jones,
right.
but it doesn't mean that
Yeah.
it's. I haven't had sight of it. It might be easy as he's got it here if he wants to start working through it, and then I can contribute.
Thank you. Clearly, this is an extremely large scheme with information
content reserved for later consideration. So I think the initial stab at the list we have was just a first go at the topics that might be considered relevant to be covered by condition, potentially. But also based on your consideration of the hospital application, and I know there are differences in the schemes, but there are a number of issues there which are the same as here. A number of conditions are required in the same two sites. So it was just a stab. Obviously, you mentioned yourself that during the course of the week you've been going through and making a list of other potential areas for condition. And I think you've been doing the same as well. So, although that's the first stab, I think we've been having some other thoughts as well. So,
yeah. I mean, just to sort of jump ahead to where we may end up on this discussion, it may be, and it probably will be, that I say to planning authority and to the applicant that it would be useful if you did a little bit more work on this. And
we've had that discussion already, sir.
Good.
It's been open in conversations probably on a kind of daily basis that we've all been making notes as conditions have emerged. I think there will need to be kind of appropriate topics for everyone, and then of course there's the appropriate control mechanisms, the triggers when these bits of information are required, which all slot into a much broader patchwork of proper drafting that needs to be done.
Right. If that's the case, I think we could probably keep this session fairly succinct, but I think it might be helpful to just aid that process if I just run through my very messy notes that I've made in the course of the week around what extra conditions might find their way in. Well, firstly, let me just make a comment on the second item on the list, which is approved plans and documents. Clearly, I've set you that task of producing a note on that, because that is really quite important in terms of listing those plans and documents. And when it comes to plans, it also gets into the sort of slightly ticklish area of what do they actually mean, because a parameters plan is not approving the sizeability. It's saying it shall be no bigger than that. And it did get me thinking, actually. Mr. Jones mentioned the hospital inquiry, and I have to give them numbers now, 1, 2 and 3. Hospital inquiry number 1, Mr. Nicholson, you were on the other side of the hedge at that point in time, weren't you? And I think you may recall, if your memory is good, that we did, I'm sure we did knock around some conditions around how parameters plans would work. And I might just look back to my notes and report on that. So that was my first point to make. My second note that I made was around whether there's actually a need for a phasing condition. I know we have a phasing plan, but I think if you were to include a condition, that might give some scope for making adjustments and amendments over what is going to be quite a long development period. I also made a note around the waste management and discussion, and there was a suggestion around a Grampian condition related to all of those La Calette issues that we discussed. And I noted that Mr. Jones said that he was uncomfortable with that, and it could be the case if, in terms of the final document, that there may be, you might have an agreed list of conditions, and then at the bottom you can set out some not agreed conditions. Mr. Nicholson will no doubt wish to promote that idea of a Grampian condition on waste. Mr. Jones explained yesterday why he did not.
I've had some further thoughts on that as well, so which we're happy to
Yes,
put into that conversation.
Yes. What else have I got? Mr. Jones, I think earlier in the week you mentioned about the parking strategy coming under control of the Transport and Highways conditions, and I'll leave you to work out where that best sits. I also made a note about seagulls.
Seagull management, I've got that one.
Seagull management. That's actually quite common in UK coastal locations. There is a condition that's routinely used about seagull management issues on buildings. And I also made a note around, I think it was relating to Mr. Slater's evidence around, do you remember all that discussion about dewatering and the foundation details and how that needed to be controlled in some way?
Foundation works risk assessment.
Yes. Turning the page to page 2, under the heritage heading, I think Ms. Ingle was supportive of an archaeological watching brief. This is a very localised part of the site, but it would just be around the where the breakthrough of the listed wall would occur. And then carrying on, under BREEAM, we had that discussion. Based on what I was hearing from Mr. Henry, there would be, I don't think, any issue with including excellent for the office buildings within that, because the way the policy is framed, it's at least very good. And I think if there's an open acceptance that excellence achievable, and Mr. Henry's got the track record of having delivered that on the current buildings, that seems to make sense. My final note related to the discussion we had on the retail content and whether there is a need to have some controls around making sure that this is just, well, the main retail space is just a convenience store and the rest is of an appropriate scale and could not be merged or turned into things which, you know what I'm saying. Some controls around that. I can't claim that I've captured absolutely everything, but I'll look to both tables now. Are there others that...
I did have a couple of others. Ecology. I think this would be captured anyway by the needs of future reserve matters, but there was a commitment to resurvey, make sure information was up to date for each phase. Yep. That needs to be a condition. We also had landscape maintenance was, if we push that into planning obligation agreement or conditions, I think management plan is listed as a POA matter. I don't think it is critical where that sits, but I had noted down landscape maintenance.
Yes. I think it was Mr. Young that suggested that it goes into the planning obligation agreement.
Yeah, I think just going back to the hospital example, that was a sort of a belt and braces when it was in both in the planning obligation agreement. The former minister wanted that as a POA.
That's right. Yes.
And also as a condition, as was the parking strategy.
Yes.
For the hospital, they were both POA and a condition as well.
Yes.
We have committed to the density management plan under the emerging policy H2A.
Where would that sit? Is that conditions or obligation?
I think I'd be looking to the authority for that. I'm not sure the document references either.
I think we'd have to just consider that, yeah.
We're flexible. I think from the conversation about landscape maintenance, it would appear to be that matters which require controls over time are what the authority are likely to want to move into POA rather than condition.
Any more from the...
Yeah, sorry, I've got one more. Sorry.
Yeah.
This is a kind of, we're ordering off menu here, but it was the discussion that emerged in relation to biodiversity net gain, which both our team and the specialists from the planning authorities witness thought was a good idea. It's not actually a requirement, but we have no trouble. In fact, I think we're quite encouraged by the fact that we might be the catalyst to bring that forward.
Okay.
There were conditions around the contaminated land issues in terms of geotechnical investigations on a phased basis and the remediation strategy for each of those phases. There was also the discussion when Lisette Jones was here in terms of commitment to no fossil fuels from 2026. And so I think it was a given that the scheme would have no fossil fuels for power generation.
Sorry, I was going to say, I think the other minor one I had was from Tracy Ingle in respect to the reuse of masonry elsewhere to repair the promenade as well. I think she mentioned that as a need.
The creation of the gap in the wall to refill the other gap, yeah.
Are these just conditions that have arisen during discussions as opposed to, because I know some proofs of evidence have called for conditions. I think the highways ones as bus access strategy was one, and I haven't, I can run through the ones we'd noted. We've picked up others. I think there was further hydrogeological modelling required on a phased basis, and that's as per the environmental impact assessment, an asbestos management plan. And then there were, I guess, those matters, for example, the residential mix, which we agreed would be secured at this stage.
Yep.
And I think also we agreed that the parking and cycle provision, would be agreed at this stage.
Okay.
But we can expand on that based on proofs and then...
Yeah, there's a series of future controls beyond the framework that might exist in conditions and planning obligation agreement, because everything needs to go through a reserve matters consenting process, and we're also linking the codes as a for approval document. So there are commitments in the codes, there are commitments in conditions, commitments in POAs, and overall there are still the reserve matters. All issues are available for conditions there. So we will have to have a discussion, probably involving Advocate Mills, as to the right pot to put each issue into.
Yes.
So there is just one discrete issue that is best to raise with you now for you to take away when you're considering the position of conditions, because this is an outline application. That is the statute now reflects what was previously the policy when it came to time limiting conditions, and that can now be found within Article 23 of the planning law, which prescribes the period within which development can be begun, and that's no longer than 3 years from the date of the grant of planning permission. So that will have some bearing on what your report will reflect in.
So that's non-negotiable, is it?
That's non-negotiable. This is not like Section 91 and 92 of the Planning Act, sir.
Because we were hearing, I think it was yesterday, about the permission at the quarry, which is a 10-year ticket.
this is a change that has come with the last amendment, with Amendment number 8 to the planning law. So previously it was always a matter of policy as to time limiting conditions, and there always have been time limiting conditions on planning permissions, certainly since I arrived in Jersey some 16 years ago. So it's nothing new in that respect. What is new is that that has now been put on a legislative footing.
Right. And I mean, that actually just sparks a thought to share with you around the actual detailed wording of the condition. I mean, some of these are going to be pre-commencement, and I've been involved in major outline applications, and pre-commencement conditions can get very tricky on a very large site. And you just need to have a think about when you frame something around pre-commencement, whether that pre-commencement can relate to a phase rather than the whole shooting match. It may be that some issues, they do need pre-commencement details for the whole site, and others could be done more on a site, phase by phase process. So, in terms of the product from this discussion, so it feels like it will be a hopefully largely agreed list. I'm comfortable with this format that you've set out, Ms Johnson. It might, just for each of the sorry, it was Mr Jones, isn't it? I'm giving you credit for his work. It would be useful maybe if we had some numbering on them. We don't need at this stage to go to the full condition wording drafting. I think in terms of advising the Minister, I think this sort of format of list would be useful. And if he were minded to grant permission, I'm sure one of you would get the lovely task of actually turning the draft into a full set of conditions. As long as there's enough detail to explain under the title what the condition does.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, that's been very helpful. I don't need to take that any further with the main parties, but I'll just see if members of the public want to make... and for members of the public, I appreciate you may not have had that document in front of you, but it is a fairly comprehensive list of condition topics. So we'll talk about conditions, and then we'll go on to planning obligation agreement. So questions on planning conditions. Mr Young.
I'm not going to go into the detail. I've obviously listed down in my interpretation.
Landscape is a reserved matter on this application.
Well, I know. That's what I'm saying. Jersey Architectural Commission opposed that in their statements, that it should have been a detailed design.
Okay. Have you got something to add?
Yes, I have.
Planning obligation agreement.
I know it's all important stuff, but... Okay, so I'm sorry to have to repeat. The government developer claims they're working to environmental social governance in accordance with international best practice, and therefore they should have done a planning performance agreement.
Mr McCarthy,
I'm straight into it.
Planning obligation. Give me a list. Give me an item that you want included.
I am. The planning obligation agreement requires the direct involvement of the landowner, and it should have had the input of the surrounding community. So, in crude terms, the landowner that land was gifted to the islanders, not to the government, by the Queen. So we are the landowners. So we should be party, the public should be party to the planning obligation agreement as landowners. The second issue is there has been no consultation at all in the local community involvement in the planning obligation. How could they be? It was issued last week and now we're discussing it. So I think that's, and on that ground, what I suggest is that, as Jersey does, has citizen panels, that are citizen panels established, that becomes a formal representation of the landowner, being the islanders, to be involved in the preparation of the planning obligation agreement, of which they then sign on behalf of the islanders. The other aspect, and that will cover subjects like 100% affordable housing or not. re-establishing St Helier as a beach town or not, and connection and beach facilities on the beach. And I also say, part of the, as a landowner, me as one of the landowners, what's wrong with having a beach school? You know, why this site can easily accommodate. Does not mean it's, of course, it's not going to be the same school like Daltrey School was surrounded by grass, but it certainly can be incorporated in a housing development, and that is the future. There are many examples. So I say we need to have, because on the planning application form, if one opens the application form, they have struck out the name of the client, the landowner. So the public. However, I'd like to say to you today, as far as the Queen is concerned, our late Queen, she gave it to us, and we are the landowners. And therefore, we have to be the people that agree, because this planning obligation agreement goes with the land ownership, and we are the owners forever. So we have to.
Okay. Right, okay, we'll break at that point.
So my team, the team have prompted me on two further matters, which just thought I'd raise, points which were discussed during the discussions. Through conditions, there was a conversation about fixing the place-based quantums as a minimum. I think that sits alongside the fixing the other quantums within the application. And maybe echoing a little bit of what Mr. McCarthy said then, we've got disabled access to the beach, which is proposed down the new slipway. We're quite happy to commit to that.
There was also the stepped access, isn't there, through the coastal defence that cropped up.
I'll just check my messages to see if anything else has come in.
And sorry, just to add on the slipway, that we wouldn't close the existing until the new is open in the same way as the cinemas. So.
Yeah. Okay, is that it? Mr. Nicholson, are you done?
I think that's it, sir, unless the team are going to come up with anything else that we...
Okay, well, we'll take a lunch break. We'll come back at 2 o'clock for what will be the final session, and we'll hear the summings up. Thank you. Okay, it's just turned 2 o'clock, so welcome back to this final session of this public inquiry. We're about to enter session 15, which will deal with the summings up from the parties. Just before we enter that session, I just want to check that there's no outstanding issues that we need to deal with. The reason for me saying that is that with summings up, it does get a little bit more formal than we've had in the preceding days. Some of the rules around summings up, they are very much about, well, literally what they say. They're summarising the cases made by the parties. They're not an opportunity to make any detailed presentations or introduce any new evidence. And an important distinction from what we've been doing in the course of the week is there are no interruptions and there are no questions. So when a party makes a summing up, that's it. We move on to the next one. And then when they are concluded, I will do my closing remarks. So that's the way it works. So I thought I would just take a pause here before we enter that session and just look around the room and just see if there's any indications of anything that anybody wants to raise or anything that feel that we've missed in the course of the week. So I'll go to the applicants team first.
Thank you.
Content and Planning Authority.
So the only thing I can think of, I don't know if that's been done, that I think the applicants team are going to supply you with details of the Horizon development.
I think they've arrived, haven't they?
Been done?
Yeah. We circulated that yesterday.
Okay,
The
sorry,
planning history, yeah.
Okay, sorry, yeah.
Yes, that was done. So.
Just to bring matters up to date, we failed to mention this morning, you had asked for a note about Castle Street roundabout, the accident history.
Yes.
That has been circulated as well, so that's done.
Okay, good. And as I said earlier, in terms of those notes, don't rush to feel that you've got to issue them to me by close of play today or anything. I won't be reading them till next week at the earliest. So as long as they arrive and don't hold up my report writing, that's absolutely fine. And I'll go to the public seats in terms of anything that we've missed that you'd like to raise now before we go in. Yes, Mr. McCarthy.
Thank you.
You have to.
Just some missed clarity. The children of the Youth Assembly came here to present their concerns, and they referred to the children's rights. Children's rights. Is that a material consideration in your assessment?
It is, sir. I'm familiar with them. That's part of. It's a UN charter, isn't it? Part of that is their right to be heard, which I hope they felt that they were able to exercise on Wednesday evening.
And for their concerns to be addressed by the developer?
I'm not sure where you're going with this.
Well, I'm just saying they stated things and saying the development does not infringes or violates their children's rights, and therefore should the developer address that and correct it?
They made their submissions. I've got them in writing. I've got my notes of them, and I'll be including them in my assessment.
And the only other bit was that, as we haven't really covered, I know it's the whole public inquiry and the planning application is based upon the island plan and the Southwest St Helier master development framework. I've stated both those documents are not sound on the grounds, but obviously, how is that addressed if Is it, you just have to go, because we've got other planning applications which are in trouble because the island plan wasn't sound and there isn't enough sewage, means of taking the sewage from those sites, and then the whole project's come to a grinding halt. So I was only asking, is there a process where one can evaluate the soundness of the island plan and the framework upon which this planning application has been considered?
Mr. McCarthy, I have made multiple notes of your submissions that the Bridge and Island plan is unsound and other documents are unsound. The situation for me is that the Bridge and Island plan was the subject of an independent examination. It was found sound through that process. It was subsequently adopted by the States Assembly, subject to many amendments that I think Mr. Young still bears the scar of. But it is an adopted plan. And as far as I'm aware, nobody pursued a Royal Court challenge of that decision to adopt. So whatever your views about soundness of the island plan, from a legal perspective, it is the adopted island plan.
That's fine. And the last thing was, sorry, just on the utility statement and the funding of infrastructure to and from the site. Is that something, again, if there was we didn't cover it as a subject, is that something that will be part of the conditions?
I think we did cover that subject.
Just in the conditions, that was all. And the planning obligation agreement.
We'd have to go back through.
I think the statement of common ground outlines areas that will need to be dealt with via condition in terms of utility infrastructure. There's new sewerage upgrades that will be come forward as part of the development.
Yeah, I'm saying what I was really aiming, like electricity supply to the site all the way from France, in the sense of any upgrade for the whole island, as well as for distributing it to the site. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Well, we will then move into the formal session. I'm glad we had that little pause, because I don't like those things happening right at the end or interrupting summings up. So we will go into the summings up, and I think the order we agreed, we're going to hear from Mr. Young first of all.
Thank you, sir. I'm grateful for that pause. Give me a chance to write my notes, because I had another meeting over lunchtime. Could I have your guidance of how long I'm allowed to speak for? Not that I want to speak for any longer than necessary. But...
Summings up, I always say to people anywhere between 5-15 minutes.
Okay, I'll do my best. I think my starting point in coming into this inquiry was I had a question in my mind. I really was puzzled, and I have to say I still am really quite puzzled about an outline application with all matters reserved, and how that effectively creates a decent, reliable framework under planning law to procure one of the most, the most major schemes ever done in an area where a third of the island's population live. My question was, is the application fit for purpose? The drawings are extremely complicated. They're effectively, I think, in ordinary terms, inaccessible for the public to interpret or follow. And I think the evidence of that is how few people have attended. But I don't think that means the public's disinterested, because my experience has been is that they will show their interest much later on, well down the track, when it's too late to influence and change things that need to be changed. Having sat and listened, I think it's been a very good inquiry. I think the right issues have come out. I still think if I had been in a position of authority, which I'm not, I would have personally, I think, counselled some reworking of the inquiry, reworking of the application before accepting it. Because I think some of the areas that we've seen are so incomplete as that I think it's extremely difficult to form any reliable opinion on the basis of what the information is available on them, because the application is heavily reliant, if not entirely, on the parameter statements and codes, which kind of takes us back to Hospital 1 and the Rochdale envelope, which was a real problem for everybody. I think those ingredients are there. But anyway, we are where we are. The application has been accepted. You've got a job to do. And I'm looking forward to what your opinion is on that, whether you think within the various technicalities, the 3-year rule, which is we've learned is a complication, how this application can set a framework which works for the public, and key to that will be very much the governance statement if it does go ahead. The next area, I think the area that I've picked up during the inquiry, is one of urban design and placemaking. We, of course, haven't got any designs. What we've got is parameters and block diagrams giving us the scale of things. We've got a street layout and we've got a schedule of uses. But we don't have designs. And throughout, of course, we've heard is that all of the aspects that have been raised, not just in this hearing, but in the representations, are going to be addressed through conditions and detailed design and so on. Well, I hope, if it does go ahead, that we can rely on that. I find it much easier, as it were, in Hospital 3 as Minister, to have a worked-up design in terms of an application and a planning inquiry, and then everybody knows where they are in great detail, right down to everything, which is why I certainly was very supportive of the approach taken in the hospital to have a full application. And I think whatever happens in that project, there is a real definitive, there's no ambiguity about what the project is and what's intended as there is, I believe, here. Now, what can we judge on the question of urban design issues? Well, I think it's a question, well, the test for me is this a good place to live? I suppose it's a two-part test. Is this a good place to live and work and be for the people that are going to go and be part of this community, nearly 1,000 homes? And does it give you a sense of place? And of course, the placemaking is a concept adopted in the new Bridging Island Plan. It is new for Jersey, but it's not new in other places. Architects are well used to working with it. And in Jersey, of course, the truth is that it's got an overall character, but different areas have got different characters. And I think what I'm hearing here, I had hoped that the character being created of this part of town did have some reference or some redundance to Jersey and St Helier, indeed. And so when people go there, they say, "Oh, I know I'm in Jersey. I'm in St Helier." Automatically, they just feel it. Just like I've just been to Venice. You know, you're in Venice. You know, you're wherever you know where you are. I don't think that we've achieved that. And I think, what are the ingredients? Well, I think the scale and the massing is too much. I think the scale and massing proposed here does lead to all sorts of problems. The tunnel effect creates a sense of enclosure, reduces sky, and changes the feel of the place. And I do accept, and I know people would perhaps interpret my remark that I'm arguing against the island plan because the island plan says we want 1,000 dwelling units. But we need homes. But these need to be good places to live. And I think for all the reasons of the community, the people that live there, I think there is a case for reducing the height of the buildings and reducing their massing to create, I'm not a designer, so I wouldn't like to try as to where you draw the line. But if you look around, what we do know, I think, is I believe we can take the Lorison development as being how not to do it. That's I think the reaction to that of the public is pretty negative. And so I think we should do better than that. But equally, I do accept that we need to do better, well, you need to do more intense and density development than Albert Place and so on. And interestingly enough, Albert Place, which was the first housing development in the Waterfront, is one of the most popular and sought-after housing developments in town. And I think that should give people a guide. Similarly, Harbour Reach. Harbour Reach next to the harbour, even though it's next to a container port, is highly sought after. Why? Because it's got those characteristics redolent of Jersey, it's not big scale, but they are very successful dwellings. So I think if this, when I was involved in planning processes, I would have said this would have been one to try and agree with the applicant further reductions. But we're not there. We're asked to agree or not agree what is. And I think that leads on very much to the issue of traffic. I think that the evidence yesterday was that by creating, they decided to site the buildings alongside the biggest road and most throughput of the island, through road. And if I would feel better about it if the road was going to be reduced in some way to make it more human and have a less adverse impact. But it's not proposed to do that. And if we can't do that because of the economic reasons, and there's no economic assessment to tell us that's the case, and if we can't do it because we're not prepared to bite the bullet and do something about traffic management, I think there is a case for redoing the scheme to provide infrastructure, for example, as a land bridge of some sort, to help people cross the road and reduce the risks and problems arising. Then we come to the issue of waste management. And here is a principle I really, really struggle to find that permission should be given for a scheme that relies upon disposing of non-combustible on an inert waste that we don't have a means of dealing with. Now, we will, in the future, we would have had a means had the states not turned down the options for the quarry in St. Peter's Valley, because I believe the owners won't implement the permission for this storage of inert waste in that area until they get their consent to extend their working area, because it would effectively put them out of business. They won't do that. So there's a link between what happens to that southern area of the quarry where there is consent for waste with what they wish to do, the states blocked was the eastern extension into a land that they own. Now, I believe that matter will come forward anyway. There will almost certainly be an application, and I suspect there'll be a planning inquiry on it too. So I can't see those owners leaving that unchallenged. So there is that prospect of waste management arrangements in the future sometime. May not be during the next few years, but it will be after. Similarly, there is the shoreline management plan. The shoreline management plan identified numbers of areas of the south coast where there does need to be, there is a case for what was called an advance the line option. An advance the line option means that those parts of the coast are subject to tidal ingression. And there is a case for having limited fill in those areas with the creation of new seawall. Now, the current land use plan, the Bridging Island plan, basically opens the door for that work to be done on such schemes to be assessed. The decision on doing such schemes would be a matter for the next iteration of the Bridging Island plan, which is post-25 onwards. So again, I think in the case of waste management, there are a number of possibilities and schemes that could present alternatives to what is creating a huge mound, which would be, I believe, visually damaging to the Half to Par area. And I believe it's wrong if a decision was made to give consent which would force a decision, which I think is the implication. The committee have got to make a decision on that matter of superfilling to 30 metres, would be somehow put under pressure because we've got to have the waterfront scheme going ahead. And I don't understand why that should be necessary, particularly when we're told that this scheme anyway is not going to start until 25, 26, which is the new island plan bridging period anyway. So why is it necessary to have this consent in place now? I'm not convinced that it is. And then we come to the issue of noise and air. I think that the evidence being presented on air quality, I thought was quite poor. I was pretty surprised, that puts it politely. And there clearly needs work to be done there. And some of that's in progress in government already. And I think that would give the evidence, because there isn't any doubt you get real variations in where pollution levels occur. And we cannot underestimate the importance of this to children. I know very well that the SIPES people raised this. They perhaps could have raised the thing that there is concern about children's playgrounds. Children's playgrounds alongside main roads where children spend many, many hours, because the pollution is at a low level. And it really does, all the medical evidence, it's very, very damaging to children, much more so. So I think that work really needs to be in place before we make decisions to rely. Now, I think part of the problem is that we are going to create a canyon, a built canyon with the height of the building. If we didn't do that and the buildings were reduced in scale, I think that problem would be ameliorated somewhat, because you would get more air circulation. But when you block off area, you're likely to get that. And I think similarly, now on noise, what we heard on noise, I think we've had good evidence on that. But of course, the state lacks the tools. We don't have a Noise Abatement Act. We're relying on some very imperfect statutory tools, which my memory is that the states are committed to improve those tools and have legislation in place to deal better. Because I think controlling noise in town is important. So there's another area where there are things in the pipeline to come which will help us do better than what we can do now. And so I think, having been a lot of what I think negatives, there is a positive. I very much like, as Chairman of the Arts Centre, the opportunity which has been highlighted on the right side, in my view, for a landmark building which enables the arts community, the heritage community, to shape a project to be able to be really, really special for Jersey. I think so. Now, where does all this go? I think there are a series of negatives. I think myself that there are such a list of negatives and gaps in the application that I think personally I would, if I had the option, I would be seeking to defer the decision and try to negotiate further changes to the scheme with the applicant. That would have been my way of working, but of course that kind of pragmatic way that we used to doing at my time of life is not the way we do things now, or generally. Defer, or, and to do that, what one would do is defer the application and give advice. And only then, if you don't get anywhere with that, that you would consider whether or not it really is good enough to approve or whether or not you can reject it. That's a difficult call, sir. I think whatever happens, I really do not think this application should be given the universal seal of unqualified approval at this stage. I think there were just too many gaps and ifs. But I know that a lot of work has been done. And, part of me wonders, well, do we have to put all our eggs in one basket like this? Why couldn't we have done this in more a phased process, in parts? Was this the best way of doing this, chucking it all in and putting it into an all-or-nothing planning application? I really have major doubts about that as a member of the public. So I don't think I want to go further than that in summing up, because it's not my call and it's not right. I only know what I've heard here today. I don't have the perfect information, sir. Your report, in my experience, are all of them, and I don't just mean in the hospital, they are excellent in their analysis, and they really are a very, very, really, I think they're a really excellent tool for helping the decision maker. And so I'm sure you'll apply the usual standards of report writing to help the ministers reach that decision, because it is a real big enough nut to or see to bite, as it were. I'm mixing my metaphors now, my apologies. There we are, sir. So there we are. I'm going to close on that.
Thank you, Mr. Young. That's very clear. Thank you. Mr. Vibart was next on the list, but he seems to have disappeared. If he does arrive, we'll give him a chance. But Mr. McCarthy.
I'm the last one. Right. Right. I was the, out of the population of 100,000, I was the only person to submit evidence. And I think obviously it's a huge disappointment, the lack of public participation. And, but what we do know is any project anywhere is better through public participation. The government's top priority is improving the public's health and well-being of all ages. But in the background of all of this, we live in a world of uncertainty. We are being bombed in Europe. The Chinese are gathering pace to start a war. And none of this we can control. But we also fear, nearer home, we don't know at the end of this year how much we're going to be charged for electricity from France and whether they decide the electricity should come from our coal-fired power station. So I want to put that link is uncertainty is, we don't want more uncertainty at all, at home. You know, we should be very certain what we're doing in Jersey. You know, so we need a detailed, as the Jersey Architecture Planning Jersey Architecture Commission said, we need certainty, what would mean a detailed design of the landscape. So we know what we're getting. But I do want to thank everybody and apologise for my introductions and not getting straight to the point. But I don't think either the applicant or the planning department really explained to the public what, this is a public meeting, explaining what the subject is in layman's terms, so the public can listen, and I can quite understand why they don't come, because they're not being engaged. The other, I want to just also share with you that it is important from members of the public. I know that there's a pressure, let's get going, but let's remember, all the people here are paid to be here, so I don't know why they're so worried, where the members of the public aren't being paid, they're giving up their free time and share their knowledge, of which I am doing. But when I worked on Greenwich Millennium Village, which is one of the most contaminated sites in central London, one of the most important things the developer said, and including English Partnership, we must deal with contamination day one and re-establish confidence that when the people come to live here, they don't think they're going to wake up with two heads. So you've got to start with that. And until you solve it and reassure the public that contamination, there's a solution, there's no uncertainty, because this is going to get in the press, it's going to end up in Birmingham, and somebody's going to read, am I going on holiday in Jersey, and I'm going to breathe in asbestos. You know, it's going to damage our economy enormously. We've got a finance centre that's promoting environmental social governance and best practice, and they're coming from a place where they're inviting people over which are going to be downwind of and watching out of the window, seeing people picking not potatoes but pieces of asbestos. But the most the important thing about dealing with the waste is avoiding conflict of interest, right? Now, it doesn't mean, I'm not suggesting there's a conflict of interest, that somebody's actually assessing their own work, they're doing it wrong. But as pointed out by the inspector, you cannot, I mean, a small little island, they always give me a conflict of interest, yes, but you declare it. So any local person stands up, as they have to in Jersey law, in Parliament, has to stand up and say, I have a conflict of interest. That's fine, nobody moves on. And now, that clears the way. I have exposed a lot of conflict of interest, but not one of the speakers, either the applicant or the planning department have declared their conflict of interest from day one before they spoke. The issue with the conflict of interest, not that it undermines people's confidence. And it's not up to you to tell us there's no conflict of interest. It's up to me as the listener to decide whether there's a conflict of interest. And it undermines and generates uncertainty and worry. And that worry leads to depression. Because if you live in a society where you feel that you're being harmed and nobody's listening, and you're actually being harmed by the person that's going to be protecting you, that leads to depression. But one thing I will say, this is a major development. You know, this is what, a £300 million sale development in total. It's huge in any scale in the world. And of course they can employ any consultant in the world. So I cannot accept that a developer has employed the same consultant to both provide the information and assess the information. There's no reason for that at all. And it is disappointing that we have a developer that's done that. Which again, we've got people screaming out for homes and it's going to be delayed simply because they didn't do their work. And this leads me on to the most important, is the developer good enough for the islanders? Do we deserve better? And I say yes. I'm sorry, I'm trying to cut it down. But we've got to put this into the context, in the background. As an engineer, what I do is when there's a problem, I don't solve the problem. Engineers go back and find out what caused the problem, okay? Because there's no point fixing something unless you know what caused it. But we all know the government accepts it made a huge mistake when they recruited a chief executive from the UK to basically eliminate our independent environmental health and environmental planning department, which was one of the best in the world, I'd say, because I've used a lot of their information to form a conflict of interest, growth, housing, environment, which was opposed by the Attorney General, because he, as a conflict of interest. Now, then we're very fortunate, John, and over a year ago, the Assembly voted, they knew they made a mistake, and they voted to re-establish that each minister had an independent department. And so when the infrastructure minister went to the table and said we should dump waste, then would stand up an independent planning and environmental health and environmental planning minister would say no, because my department say no. But they can't have the same person saying let's dump it as well as I approve it. So there's the source of the problem. And that change of the government was a blatant, perceived at the time, violation of human rights and children's rights, because they did not carry out any health risk assessment to prove by combining those departments together, the islands would be better protected from harm, from harmful development, from harmful chemicals, harmful asbestos. Better protected. They weren't, because here's the evidence. Now, this is an experienced violation of human rights and children's rights. It's an experience because we're seeing it in front of our eyes. We've got it. And this is even made worse because in 2020 and 21, we didn't have appointed director of regulators to protect us from harm. We didn't have one during the peak of COVID. And their job is to protect the movement of air and air pollution and the spread of COVID. We didn't have one. Furthermore, since March 2020, we did not have a chief officer of planning whose responsibility is to receive the draft, the scoping document for the environmental impact assessment and then consult with consultees and the public on its content. Didn't have one. Didn't have one. I'll try and shorten it. And And then I just move into, I just want to highlight, I don't want to go over old ground, but it is important, this contamination, and you can't have the client's consultant who's responsible for doing all the site investigations for contamination and proposals how to control it, and it's the same person who's actually assessing it, and across the way, the person that's from the planning department it hasn't employed an independent assessor. They've employed the Department of Infrastructure. It generates uncertainty. But we should have, the minister, the chief minister, stated that we had, in the first 100 years of their government, an independent departments for each of the ministers. That's what they stated, but we don't have one. Sorry, don't. We do not have an independent environmental protection and an independent infrastructure department today. So that leads me to showing that it's all about smoke and mirrors and pretense, which generates uncertainty. So what is this minister being asked to sign off? Well, three politicians, and unfortunately, because we don't have senators anymore, they don't represent the island. They'll be voted back in what their local people want, not what the island wants. It doesn't matter what the island wants. They won't affect whether they're re-elected or not. So what are they being asked? And then none of those live in St Helier. They all live in the countryside, so they're not bothered. They want to drive in, fine. So what have they been asked to sign off? They've been asked to sign off the biggest uncertainty I can imagine. An outline planning application with all reserved matters. It's insane if you want certainty. Now, let's get some numbers. The only thing they've been asked to do is the site is 100,000 square meters. Sorry, it's 110,000 square meters, that's certain. It's got 10 meters deep waste, including the most dangerous aspects is asbestos, where there is no safe limits, 0 safe limits to exposure to asbestos. And on the site today, there is 15,000 square meters of a swimming pool and sports, which the kids love, and they're going to demolish it and replace it with 35,000 square meters. So in crude terms, they're doubling the area that already exists. So we're going to lose 15,000 square meters, or shall I say 150 million pounds worth of buildings, and replace it with spending more money to build it again somewhere else. The other bit I want to focus on is language. The pressure of this, which I think is so sad. How can you do this? Tell people you're not going to have an affordable home unless this job goes ahead. And the biggest impact about this delay is that first-time buyers now are creeping up to being 31. We're delaying young people to become adults and to have families. We're delaying it. Now, when they talk about affordable homes, I saw it it's share ownership. I mean, it's not affordable homes. They've still got to pay the same amount of money. But what we're talking about when they say 15%, it should be 100%, and I damn determined it should be 100%. But what it's saying is, all of these homes we're building, if you don't have mum and dad bank, like I did, I can buy a place somewhere else in town. If you don't have the mum and dad, the government will be a mum and dad bank. That's all. Because all they're saying is, if you buy it for 600,000, We'll buy the 200,000 and you buy the rest, which my mum and dad did. And when you sell it, I want my money back, plus the difference. So when we're talking about 100 affordable homes, we're saying the government are acting as the mum and dad bank. The great thing about environmental impact assessments and health impact assessments, it's about options. That's it. So when you go to the car showroom, you want that, you want that, you want this. This is what we do. We see, and they say, well, this one's, does whatever. What could we be reviewing today in the options? This, or could we be reviewing something else? As I pointed out, it's 35,000 square meters on over 100,000 meters square site. So 35 square meters doesn't cover that site, does it? It's only a third of the site. So if you actually built a one-story building, it'd only cover a third of the site. So something's wrong in this proposal. That is the formal area given in their planning application, which ends with a statement, it is unlawful to provide false and misleading information. So that's the number, 35. So how come we've ended up with overdevelopment? Rob de Hamel stressed the importance of the water plan, the waterfront, and that fantastic workshop he organised was to make St Helier, complemented by the waterfront, as people's first choice to live, work and play. First choice. Don't want to live in St Brellard's, I want to live here. And he was absolutely right, because it is an incredible site. It is southwest facing, it's got a beach, it's got amazing views of a castle, you name it. It's got everything great about the island. And of course, with that amount of development, 35,000 square meters on 100,000 square, kids play, of course you can have, everybody can have fresh air. Everybody can be cooled by the sea breeze in the summer. Everybody can enjoy tranquility when they go to bed at night. Everybody can hear birds sing from the ecology. Everybody can enjoy a free solar gain in the winter and free daylight. Of course they can. And now we get to the road. We've got to look outside Jersey, and there's fantastic examples. Westminster, if we did import something from Westminster, not his chief executive, but certainly their design, they've got the Strand, they've just closed down a 4-lane, it's a one-way system, 4 lanes, and you go around the church, and you go the other side, it's 4 lanes. They've closed down the whole lot, one side, and made it dual. And their analysis, and it's proven, has not interrupted any traffic flow. It's the same quantity of vehicles are passing through that site, and it's much busier than this site. So we've got to look at these examples. The other aspect, and I will be finishing now, you'll be pleased, is everything about today is about buildings, not about people. It's about the subject, not the object. And in this site is 3,000 people, and there's another 3,000 already there, and there'll be another 3,000 if we do the right thing and develop the harbour as it was originally intended for another 1,000 homes. That's a town of people of all ages. And what people like, old and young, is a community. It's also got the bus terminal on its doorstep. So this is the place for those living there where there's a community and aunts and cousins. They've relocated from the town, and somebody else, from the countryside, and somebody else's new family's taken their home, and they're here, and they're actually integrating. But what is important, there is lifetime education in this area. This is the modern way of thinking. It doesn't stop education. And therefore, to have a lifetime education facility on this site is important if you're grey-haired like me, or you're just a toddler. It's important because the two work together. Why should we not have a beach school or a school on the beach? Daltrey School, of course, it's on a field. It's got playing fields. Why can't the islanders have a school on the beach. Now, a school doesn't mean you can't have housing. It is typical developments of incorporating within the development, they provide schools, and above it, there's the housing. But instead, what do? You ram in retail. You ram in offices. And then you just slipped in just before this meeting, the retail impact assessment. Don't you listen to any documents that are already... They told you back in the first day when the finance centre was put on the table in the retail, it states black and white, civils, there was a report written, if you do this development, you're going to kill Columbria. You're going to kill all the long distance from this site, the King Street. They were right, because they're shut now, they're boarded up. So the importance is that there's two things that I now will end on this. This proposal, as Rob de Hamel stated, is to make Jersey, St Helier, a beach town again, of people's first choice. So at lunchtime you go off in work, you can go out with your mates and play volleyball or go on a boat off the bay, off there, which you can't do at the moment, have a barbie. And in that view, that everything is positive and better for everyone, everything it's doing is better. But no, you're destroying what's left. The weakness of the shops in the King Street, they're going to go bust. And then the kids, where they hang out, you're going to take that from them. And this is not urban regeneration. This is urban robbery. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McCarthy. Mr. Fiber, we took things out of turn because you were out of the room, but you'll go now. And just as you're making it to the table, you'll have missed my intro, but I said with summings up, keep them brief and make the points. And we don't have questions on summings up. It's just your opportunity.
Thank you, I understand, sir. I thought I might start, sir, with this, a very quick history, a very quick personal history, because it connected to the waterfront. All the work on the waterfront actually developing started really in 1969. And at that particular time, I left Jersey to go and live in Australia. And I left just after a speech had been made in which the Chief Minister promised that the island would have, and I'm quoting exactly the words that he used, we will have a world-class waterfront. And that's really been the aspirations of the people of Jersey, that what would take place at the waterfront would be world-class, something really we could be proud of. I came back to Jersey not knowing what had happened 28 years later, and I looked out at a Kentucky Fried Chicken, at a Pizza Express, at a cinema, and I couldn't believe that this was what had happened to what was supposed to be a world-class waterfront. So there is this deep satisfaction, not just me, and I'm not just making a personal viewpoint, but of all the people that I speak to who are looking out constantly at the waterfront, you can't avoid it, of this feeling of deep disappointment of what's there. And it is a very deep feeling amongst people. I'm disappointed, of course, that there have been so few public actually come to this inquiry. So it's been left to a few of us to make our views known to you. But that's Jersey, I'm afraid. It happens all the time in lots of instances. So I would hope you don't use that as any yardstick to judge what the public of Jersey mean. I'd like to sort of deal with what could have been there very quickly, because I know that's not in your brief to actually advise us what ought to have been there. But propositions have been put forward for things like, we have a world-famous orchid farm, and there could be a very small little Eden there. Guernsey has a very famous clematis farm that wins regularly gold medals at the national show in England, and they could have been invited to come here and produce something of that nature. There could have easily have been a huge park there which honoured the famous people of Jersey with various statues and histories of those people, which would have been a great interest to the world who don't know about the famous people we have. And I'm referring to people like Lily Langtry, world famous, Harry Varden, world famous. So many of our people, even in the modern day, of famous sportsmen, etc., etc. There was an opportunity to have done that. The second area I'd like to deal with is this development of what is the need for Jersey. And we're going to hear and have heard a lot about the housing need. Now, I want to put forward to you the argument that the housing situation is beginning to develop in a way that is quite unhealthy in terms of this project. You will have that report that only came out yesterday about the huge drop in demand and the drop in the sale of properties in the last quarter. And a real estate agent made the quote, a big real estate, he regarded it as a catastrophe. I've never heard a real estate agent use a phrase like that. And whilst I know the developer has admitted that there's been a downturn, and that happens in markets, for this to have happened in Jersey is something that really needs to be considered. So in terms of the need, I think that they need to be making a very stronger argument that they've been making about this need, especially the need is really in affordable homes. And in fact, we're only going to get 120 affordable homes. So are we going to sacrifice the whole of this waterfront for the sake of 120 units? So I don't believe that the need has actually been established. I also don't believe that we've covered enough in terms of impact of what this development is going to do to the people who are living there already. I know we've heard statements that, we're going to be able to control it. The very thought of the number of trucks and excavators operating in that area to dig out what needs to be dug out for the people who live in that area, no matter how you try and control it, it's important that you understand that the way the planning department deals with the way in which conditions are not being kept doesn't give anybody any confidence that they'll be able to control this development, because it is a huge development. I mean, I have this mental picture of how that's going to be a building site for a very long time. And unless we could have confidence that the authorities will control it, and unless things are laid down very clearly and then operated on, I think life in that place is going to be very uncomfortable for an awful lot of people. I've also dealt with the lack of green space. I don't believe the figures that we've been given about green space are in any way plausible. When I look at the model, yes, there's lots of little areas that are enclosed, and that's going to be rather nice for the people who own the properties in those courtyards. And I look at the lack of complete open space and the number of buildings there are in that area, and it's just not satisfactory. And I don't believe the figure that's been given of, I think it's 56% is going to be open space. But I'm convinced it means the roads, the pavements, the avenues all the way down, which will look very nice with all the trees in, but that's not open space for people to walk on, play on, run with their kids, play football, and live the kind of life they ought to be living. It's also interesting, and I believe that John Young put a question to the developers. No, it was to the experts on noise and pollution. And it was about the amount of pollution in the tunnel. And the answer was, yes, there's lots of it happening in the tunnel. The same would apply in a corridor. And what we have here in the development are a lot of corridors. If you go down now to the waterfront, you walk down there, you walk through lots of corridors. And when you look at the model again, you have to imagine what that's going to be like in real life. And I believe that the drawings that were showed up on the screen, showing those blue lines, give us a very good indication of what life's going to be like down there. And I just think that's absolutely unacceptable. Now, sir, I believe that the difficulty that you're going to be in is that, and I raised this once before, is that there is no yardstick for developing an area. Yes, we've got yardsticks to what we can have on this building and how tall it can be and how big it can be, but you don't have any yardstick for what you should put on a big site. So if you're in France, for instance, you would have a yardstick. In France, they lay down very clearly, you are only allowed to have this number of buildings on that size of site. I'm not sure what happens in the United Kingdom, but you would know because you deal with it all the time. But over here, we don't have that. You don't have that anywhere in what you'll be looking at. So you're going to be relied upon by the community to use your judgment about what you think is a decent size of amount of buildings that's going to be allowed on that site. Now, we've also had to deal with, even though it's a small amount of retail on that site, which will be totally against the St Helier policy and totally against the island policy, which is we don't like to be approving any form of retail that's outside of the St Helier area, particularly the town area. And that's been a policy for the last few years, and certainly every time this comes up on the Roads Committee make it very clear that it's unacceptable, because we know there are problems in St Helier. Now, I know it would be convenient for people to have a small shop, and I'm not really saying you shouldn't have a convenience shop there, but retail should be totally limited in that particular area. Finally, sir, I just want to raise the question about the Fregat. I actually gave to the inquiry a article about shipyards in St Holman Bay, and there was a response given by the developers because I think they were assuming that I was trying to establish that the Fregat was actually on the site of a shipyard, and that was never my intention. My intention was to show that St Albans Bay was a centre of shipbuilding, and all that site was indicative of that shipyarding business, not that that was the actual. I don't know whether it was the right site, the actual site, and I don't think that matters. I think what matters is St Albans Bay has a history of shipbuilding that was proved in that article that I gave you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Barber. All very clear, all noted. Okay, we now go to the Planning Authority. Sorry, your name is? Richard Day. Is it Dan? Sorry. Well, you're welcome to listen, sir. Sorry. Yes. Will you come here to speak? Yes, yes. Right, but have you made any arrangements for that? Have you?
No, because I was away on holiday. I didn't know much about it. I'm very angry that things aren't put out for the public more so. I think it doesn't seem to have, it's in the bridges. It seems to me you keep it away from the public and you do things without the public knowing. My personal view is, and it does make me very angry.
Okay, Mr. Well, I'll indulge you in a few minutes if you would like to. If you can work.
As a teacher, actually, or ex-teacher, one of the problems I'm really seriously angry about is the fact that the social problems that would build up in Jersey with one-bedroom flats when people have been pushed into them. I don't know whether the island is belonging to the public or whether it's belonging to private investors at the moment. And I think the more you go down that route, the less we're going to have a healthy public. One thing I would like to consider was have the architects thought of the fact that we're coming into also the green area where we were trying to get people out of vehicles. Why isn't there a light railway built into this project? It must, when we're thinking of the 2030, 35, whatever, 2050, we're trying to get people out of cars. You're pushing people into tall buildings without any availability of them to get in a vehicle or any means of getting around this area for a start. So the first thing probably you should have considered before you started this was how are you going to get across from A to B, the waterfront to the town, and what provision have you got? A light railway would obviously, for my mind, would have been, I was an art design teacher, so I get up the early hours and sketch and draw, and I spent my life in Piccadilly, and I became a teacher in '76. Anyhow, I just am angry at the fact that I don't think this thing's been thought through very well, and I do think you should have a light railway or some railway, some means of transport on this area, because you're trying to get rid of cars. You've got the emissions that cars make in the area, which is not very healthy, as has been said. That should be considered seriously. If you get people into electrical light transport, you've got to do away with all that emissions. So that's the first thing you should have been considered right from the word go. If you leave it after, you'll never get it. That you should have been done years ago. In fact, I put a suggestion of a monorail from all around the new site to link the two sites together, and one down St Albans as a kick-off, and then you sort of take it around the island if necessary. And I think monorails are too expensive, but light rails I think are possible. But surely this should have been looked at. I mean, I went through a sort of light architectural art background, and I spent two months around Italy and Greece looking at architecture, and I think it's sad why we can't build things that are beautiful and good and attractive. Le Corbusier had an image that if you build up, you also provide area below, which has been said. And this doesn't seem to be the case. I think, seriously, as a teacher, we are going to have so many social problems in this site created because, and I can't understand, because the first project you had by the waterfront, the marina, the old waterfront, you had the first French built houses were for local people. They were for the locals. So I ask again, is this for local people or is it for private investors? And I think that's what it is. I honestly think we should look at the health of this island as being for our children, not somebody's pocket money. I think probably I've said enough. I don't know. But I just seriously feel that we should think again and go back to the drawing board. And I personally would go around schools giving the design areas and the art areas projects to do, and for the whole island, certainly for this area, the waterfront. Have you linked this project to the further down on the reclamation site, further round? Why don't we look at the whole thing together before you start building anything? Could this one itself stretch out further around the corner and not being as high and volume and as it is, because you've got further material ground further round? I know there's problems down there, and it's been said now, and we've got to solve that. But I just don't think it's been thought through seriously enough. And if you're a local person who've got children in this area, I don't think you'd go for it, because you'd be thinking of your children, your children's children, and that's my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Day.
Thank you.
Noted your views. Okay, over to the Planning Authority.
Thank you. I'd briefly like to return to my opening statement and repeat the purpose of this inquiry, which was to facilitate an open forum to understand, scrutinise and appraise this application. I feel that we have achieved this objective, and I would like to thank the Inspector, Programme Officer, the applicant's team and their highly professional approach and excellent working relationship during the application progression and the inquiry itself, colleagues, and most importantly, the public for their input and manner in which the inquiry has been conducted. The applicant has worked hard to try to address the concerns of the authority and the public, and for that we thank them. The environmental impact assessment that has been carried out helps to clearly identify and assess the likely impacts of the development. I would start my concluding statements by referring to the opening paragraph of the Bridging Island Plan, which explains quite clearly and simply the role of planning for the island. Planning is about creating a better future, protecting our environment for generations to come, and enabling sensitive development that improves the lives of people now and over the longer term. This statement provides a grounding for what we should aspire to achieve. This imperative for sensitive, sustainable development is carried throughout the policies of the plan. The plan delivers a diverse and quite complex set of policies which require careful consideration when assessing such a large development site with a wide range of opportunities and constraints. The public inquiry this week has helped to explore these policies within the context of the application before us. As mentioned by Mr. Nicholson in opening submissions, the introductory pages of the plan advise that when considering whether a development proposal is in accordance with the plan, it is important to have regard to the plan as a whole and not to treat a policy or proposal in isolation. This is very much the approach taken by the local authority in its review and assessment of the application. It is common ground between the authority and the applicant that in the context of the Bridging Island Plan, the application site performs well at a strategic level for a residential-led mixed-use scheme due to its sustainable location within the built-up area. Policy SP2 is very clear in its requirement to direct development, particularly for housing, to the built-up area. The scheme seeks to deliver a mix of 1, 2, and 3-bed apartments in a highly sustainable location. This carries significant weight as a material consideration. The applicant also offers a package of infrastructure and public realm upgrades and improvements, which in turn delivers value to the public of St Helier and future residents of the waterfront area. In principle, the delivery of up to 984 new homes accords with Policy H3, which supports housing in the built-up area. Furthermore, the commitment to the provision of a minimum of 15% affordable housing is in line with the Government Plan 2023 to 26 and, consequently, Policy H5 of the Island Plan. The proposals retain the 2 existing areas of protected open space at Marina Gardens and Les Jardins de la Mer, with the design codes articulating a commitment to enhancing these areas to support play and activity for a range of users secured via planning condition. These enhancements are welcomed and supported. The footprint of the proposed Lido falls within Les Jardins de la Mer protected open space, which would require careful consideration and management in the future to ensure that it provides a greater community benefit than the open space that currently exists, in line with the requirements of Policy CI7. The proposals are also viewed favourably in terms of supporting a modal shift away from motorised vehicles to more sustainable means of travel. The applicant has committed to the provision of supporting infrastructure to be secured via planning obligation agreements. The proposed office use is in line with Bridging Island Plan policy, and the applicant has committed to delivering these buildings to a BREEAM rating of excellent, exceeding the requirements of Policy ME2. Notwithstanding these benefits and the weight to be applied to housing delivery in a sustainable location, and following the debates that have been undertaken this week, the authority still has a number of unresolved concerns. As outlined this week, we remain of the view that the approach taken to seeking an outline permission with all matters reserved has not helped to allay the concerns of the authority in terms of the deliverability of the placemaking vision articulated in the application. We are also not convinced that the proposals to connect the town with the waterfront deliver the aspirations required by the South West St Helier Framework SPG. The severance of the site from the town caused by La Route de la Libération is still not resolved to an acceptable degree. The proposed heights of part of the scheme exceed the 8-storey limit set by policy GD7, underpinned by the St Helier Urban Character Appraisal, and this aspect remains unresolved. The maximum vertical heights within the parameter plans of Block D1 and E1 allow for 9 stories of development. The taller buildings, their mass and scale result in unacceptable harm to longer views and the context in this part of town. The proposed heights mean the new streets are proportionally narrow at ground levels, notwithstanding the cutouts and block articulations to manage pinch points. This is a city scale and not responsive to St Helier. The height, mass, and scale is not adequately justified in the design and access statement, contrary to policy GD7. Policy SP3 and GD6 require development that is responsive to place in scale, height, and character. The mass and scale of any development must have a good relationship to the settlement form and distinctive character of town. Accepting that this is in part a modern context and will be a new district of town, the development does not conserve, protect, or contribute positively to the distinctiveness of the built environment, landscape, and wider setting, contrary to policy GD6, and challenges identity, character, and sense of place, contrary to policy SP3. Policy GD9 requires that the skyline, strategic views, important vistas, and the setting of listed buildings, places, and key landmark buildings must be protected or enhanced, and that development that will lead to adverse impacts will not be supported except where the overall benefit to the community demonstrably outweighs the adverse effects of any harm. The South West St Helier Framework SPG articulates a community expectation of post-development still being able to get open or framed views of the open sea, Elizabeth Castle, from the historic harbours, from and to Fort Regent, and across the bay towards Noirmont Headland. The proposed heights envisaged, illustrated in the townscape and visual impact assessment, provide evidence that strategic views and important vistas between Fort Regent and St Albans Bay will be irreversibly lost, together with permanent negative impacts on the setting of Elizabeth Castle. The supporting text to this policy confirms that where proposals would result in adverse impacts, evidence will be required as part of the application to demonstrate that there are overriding public benefits or needs to justify and outweigh any adverse impact. The supporting text cites the delivery of a new hospital or new coastal defences as overriding public benefits. Housing is not cited as an example and is not considered to be an overriding public benefit. The application has not demonstrated that the overall benefit to the community of the proposal demonstrably outweighs the adverse effects of any harm, contrary to policy GD9. In terms of townscape and urban design, as noted by the Jersey Architecture Commission, the aspiration to achieve a sustainable community and to create places that nurture vitality and have a distinctive character that complements St Helier remain the ambition. This is sadly not delivered by the outline planning application. The issue of continuity of swimming pool facilities during the period of demolition of the existing leisure centre and replacement with a new facility remains of concern to the authority. Given that this was the #1 concern raised by representations from the public, the weight to be afforded to this policy consideration is high. Policy CI5 of the Bridging Island Plan requires the prior provision of alternative facilities in town to be assured. The accompanying text to the policy notes that this is to ensure the continuation of access to an indoor public swimming pool. The applicant's proposal to repurpose the proposed Lido, which is to be built in an earlier phase of the development, has not been consulted on, and it is unclear whether this would provide an adequate level of temporary provision for the approximately 3-year period it will be required for, given the significantly smaller size of the Lido, circa 145 square metres, when compared to the current aquasplash provision, circa 3,500 square metres. On this basis, the application fails against Policy CI5. Policy CI5 also extends the same requirement for assurance of prior provision of facilities to the cinema provision. As identified during discussions earlier this week, the applicant's proposal to rephase the scheme to provide a cinema within an earlier phase will not resolve this issue. The application is not seeking planning permission for the necessary quantity of the relevant use class to allow for re-provision of adequate cinema facilities within an earlier phase of the scheme. Therefore, the proposal fails to meet the requirements of Policy CI5 in this regard. It is the authority's view that the retail impact assessment was submitted too late in the process to be taken into account in the determination of the application. The authority had 3 working days prior to the start of the inquiry to review the submission. Furthermore, the public and other interested parties have not been consulted. To accept this approach to the submission of core studies dilutes the value of the policies that call for such evidence. The impact of the development on the St Helier retail core is an important consideration and deserves appropriate analysis. This has not been undertaken, and therefore the proposal fails to meet the requirements of policies ER1 and ER2. Whilst submitted in outline, the maximum parameters of development have been tested through the environmental impact assessment, and the authority maintains its concerns regarding the significant overshadowing of ground-level private amenity space, the potential for unacceptably low levels of daylight for some facades, significant wind impacts on parts of the site which are reliant on landscaping to provide mitigation, and the overall viability of private amenity space at rooftop level. There will be large frontages of the development that appear to be only capable of being developed as single aspect, incapable of receiving natural ventilation without significant noise impacts, contrary to Policy H1. The application as submitted is dependent on basement level infrastructure. There is no viable option that has been identified to dispose of approximately 113,000 cubic meters of waste that, until further investigations are undertaken, will need to be assumed as a worst-case scenario as all being contaminated. The island plan is underpinned by the principles of sustainability, with waste management to follow the principles of the waste hierarchy of reduce, reuse, recycle, recover, and disposal is a last resort option. Of course, the most desirable option of all is to avoid the generation of waste to the greatest extent possible. The application is predicated on waste being landfilled on site, on island. There is no facility with planning permission to receive this contaminated waste. The applicant's fallback position of exporting waste overseas for recovery is complicated and requires permissions from both the exporting authority and competent authority on behalf of the recipient destination. No such permissions are in place, and this option has not been assessed in the application's EIA. The unresolved issues of disposal of contaminated waste arisings carry significant weight in the consideration of this application and, as it stands, actually renders the development unimplementable. Mr. Nicholson mentioned in concluding remarks yesterday that this situation is not unique and could be applied to many other developments. I fundamentally disagree with this position. The reality is the volume of waste arisings from this scheme and the significant contamination issues associated with it are unprecedented. That is why we cannot simply turn a blind eye to this issue when considering the merits of this application and look to come back to it at a later date. Due to the inability of the applicant to identify a viable solution to managing the significant waste arisings from the site, the authority regrettably cannot support planning permission being granted. Whilst we acknowledge that housing need is a significant material consideration, there is not a housing crisis to the extent that housing need should outweigh all other considerations. There is no doubt that there is an affordability crisis, but this scheme is not going to solve that, nor would one expect it to. The fundamental tenet of the planning system is to deliver development in a sustainable way that meets the needs of current and future generations. The scheme, as submitted, fails to deliver this. There are other important deficiencies of the application, as outlined in this submission, which, with regret, result in the authority maintaining its position that it cannot support the development.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. And to the applicants now, I believe Mr. Nicholson and Mr. Henry are going to say something.
Thank you, sir. Again, I'd like to commence by setting out what an interesting and engaging week this has been. I know you have had a considerable amount of written material. I hope this week has been useful to you, as you said, sir, to illuminate the evidence ahead of making a recommendation to the Minister. So I will provide a hard copy of this to save you your notes. We've reached a position where we've stated on numerous occasions this is an outline application with all matters reserved. We're seeking permission for the principle of the identified development to the maximum parameters shown. As explained in the supporting material, this is a landscape-led approach. It supports placemaking, children's play, wellness, and climate objectives. It also provides flexibility. It responds to the planning history of the site, and it sets a framework for the next steps, helping to deliver our waterfront, supporting the vision in the adopted SPG embedded in the island plan. This is not a prescriptive master plan. Neither is it a detailed full proposal. It is a step towards realising the aspirations in the island plan, in supplementary planning guidance, as part of a framework of ongoing engagement and further applications. So it takes the policies off the page. It transposes their objectives onto the site. Delivery is anticipated through, as we know, a series of reserve matters applications on a phased basis over 12 years. Of course, there's a natural desire for more information. It's understandable. I see this as positive, and that will come in future reserved matters applications. It will also include full regulatory control and further public engagement. The nature of the application is clear and it's legitimate. Design codes are a positive tool supporting the application intent and assisting all parties in expressing the design objectives. I feel this week there has been a great deal of understanding, common ground and positivity that's emerged. I'd like to recap the key points of the sessions. I'm grateful for the early clarification from the Planning Authority that the site is sustainably located, underutilised, spatially acceptable, and this is a very good start for an outline application in the context of a plan-led system. It's also clear and accepted by all. The application has involved considerable public engagement. This is rightly required by the planning framework, and it has been embraced by the applicants. The circumstances in lockdown necessitated a range of innovative approaches. We have had 3D virtual reality on-site tours. We have had continued engagement with press conferences where mainstream journalists are replaced by 20 GCSE and A-level children. This has been happening annually. It's probably more intimidating than this public inquiry, and this is a level of engagement that is unprecedented. The engagement process is not one way. It has led to significant changes, considerable rethinks, with the feedback from the public, the Architecture Commission and the Planning Authority, leading to large changes, such as the reduction of the G1 building. It's also included a 3-month review of the road to align with the JAC's longer-term aspirations. The final response to the JAC's comments will accompany the hard copy of this statement. This engagement isn't box-ticking, it's positive, constructive and useful. Based on my experience of applications in Jersey, it is exemplar. It is beyond anything required in policy, and it will continue through the reserve matters phases. On Monday, we reviewed the approach to the master plan, townscape, visual impacts and heritage. We acknowledged the challenges of delivering the plan-led objectives on this site in relation to townscape and heritage. The architectural team discussed the context of their work, how the coding was approached, and how it was peer-reviewed with flexible intent following the guidance of the urban character appraisal and the framework of the plan. It responds to the JAC, and this will continue throughout the detailed stages. We discussed how Policy H1 has evolved from the 2011 plan to the 22 plan, and how it now includes considerations within policy as to whether public benefits are clear, direct and evidenced and can be balanced against harm to heritage assets. The supporting text indeed identifies coastal defence works are an example of such public benefits. I would submit that delivering the objectives of the states-endorsed island plan are themselves public benefits, particularly when we recap the evidence in relation to housing and the emphasis given in the island plan being that the delivery of housing is a primary need that must be fulfilled in order to deliver the strong, healthy and sustainable communities that we strive for. On Tuesday, we recapped the landscape-led approach and the emphasis this gives to places and spaces and character underpinning the intentions of the application and embedded in the codes. We discussed the specific choice of Gillespie's, bringing their excellence and experience to the application. We discussed the track record of JDC in delivering public realm of high quality, well-used landscape areas which are public assets, continuing through their commitment to management. This positivity was continued through submissions in relation to biodiversity, ecology and the marine environment. This has evolved into conversations about biodiversity net gain, which is a first for Jersey, secured by condition and beyond the policy requirements. The next witnesses confirmed there is no concern about school capacity, which can be managed through existing catchments. We then moved into housing need. This is an issue which I believe sits at the heart of the island plan, at the top of the policy hierarchy. There was clear agreement with the position from the witness for the Planning Authority that it is essential we agree a housing pipeline. This application is, to quote, strategically important. The witness concluded they were very strongly in support. This was echoed in the room, with other comments confirming the very serious housing situation and severe housing needs. This situation does not give a free rein, but it is a highly material consideration in the balance, which is about the creation of successful places for new communities. It led to a discussion about density. The policy position is for a design-led, contextual approach. This is supported by a parallel approach to numerical targets which set minimum thresholds. It's notable in the urban character appraisal review that the new waterfront is the only area in St Helier with a low sensitivity to density. Our proposal is entirely consistent with all approaches in the draft density guidance. It supports the objectives of the design, the development dilemma expressed in the urban character appraisal, and we're content with the management plan by condition. Continuing this theme of placemaking, we reviewed issues of residential amenity, internal standards, sunlight, daylight and wind. We reviewed these in the context of the policies in relation to placemaking, GD1 and H1. There was an acceptance across the participants that the final detailed design stage was the appropriate time for these to be concluded, guided by the codes, and with all witnesses explaining there were no concerns looking ahead. Day 3 commenced with a focus on highways. There was excellent common ground, clear understanding of all the background work done. I'm grateful for the endeavours of the technical specialists and who acknowledge the relationship between transport, spatial strategy of the plan and the carbon agenda. Indeed, the witness for the Planning Authority considered the approach to the promotion of active travel was iconic. Blue Light Services also raised no concerns with the proposals, agreeing their input at the bylaws stage, and we're grateful for their inputs. The next session allowed the opportunity to clarify the intention in relation to the pool and the cinema. There were clear commitments secured via planning obligation agreements. These will be subject to their own full applications. Key user groups have already been re-engaged, offering their support. There was agreement from the planning policy team in relation to the demolition of the existing buildings, and the retail material was considered competent and well evidenced, supporting the position expressed throughout the application material. We moved on to open space. 47% of the site is new open space, supporting the landscape-led intent. It delivers a dynamic range of uses: landscape squares, public gardens, private spaces, and children's play, being considerably in excess of new policy thresholds. The afternoon session moved into flood risk, and we discussed drainage. Again, there was clear common ground, supporting the weight of technical work done to date. The coastal defence proposals presented by our witness were wholeheartedly endorsed by the Planning Authority, who confirmed the proposal was, quote, very positive, and it just needs to be put in place. The evening session, again, was useful. The team will continue to interact with the Youth Parliament and any other stakeholders. On Thursday, we commenced by reviewing sustainability across a range of topics, both at a spatial level, moving through into details. There was a clear acknowledgement of commitments from the applicant which go way above current obligations, including BREEAM excellence. The approach of the application allows flexibility as standards may evolve. Ground conditions, excavation, and waste were reviewed in a detailed session. We're grateful for the involvement of the appointed advisors, who came to a great deal of common ground in relation to the submissions made by our team. To quote, there is no reason to doubt any element of the methodology or conclusions which are considered robust. It's clear that the situation with La Colette is fluid. It is no different to how it has been for many years. The approach to waste has been reviewed through the waste hierarchy. The need for the basement has been carefully justified in relation to urban design principles. The project team have critically analysed the volumes, reducing the parameters to the absolute minimums. There is common understanding that the issues of waste are not unique to this application. There have been recent approvals involving larger volumes of material. Irrespective of this application, the need for this island to resolve its waste problem is pending. There is a live planning application with the Planning Authority since 2016 seeking to resolve this. There is a pending states debate. It's not unreasonable to look ahead in the relatively short term, and through the evidence provided by the Planning Authority, there is a reasonable expectation for this situation to be concluded. We discussed the options available to manage the implications for the application. Today, I'm grateful for the input of the technical teams in relation to air quality, noise and the SEMP. It was a very practical review of the issues. The worst case forecast for air quality were 50% lower than any trigger values. There was a general acceptance that noise is entirely manageable through the detailed design proposals. Sir, if I might now go back to my opening submissions and restate my opinion that in the context of a plan-led system, this is a plan-led application. It has not emerged from a vacuum. It is rooted in the policy framework. It's the island plan that provides for the sustainable development needs of the island. It sets the necessary single compelling narrative about what the planning system is seeking to achieve. The plan gives clear objectives that have been constantly reviewed in this week. It requires the doubling of housing delivery. It's the plan that sets the heights parameters. It's the plan that gives us the desire to protect the natural and historic environment and so support positive placemaking. The urban character appraisal acknowledges the development dilemma. The island plan acknowledges natural tensions from which a planning balance needs to emerge. The former minister provides a clear acknowledgement in the foreword of the island plan of the implications of its strategy and encouraging the better use of already developed land, enabling the development of denser, more compact forms of development, and acknowledging that this may include taller buildings on sites that are best able to accommodate them. With reference to the urban character appraisal, the adopted SPG, and the island plan, this is a site which is best able to deliver those points. There is no building over 8 floors, and we must acknowledge that the immediate adjacent context already includes existing buildings of 8, 9, 10 and 11 stories at numerous points along the esplanade and around the waterfront. In reviewing the planning balance, I can refer you to the planning statement where the tensions are acknowledged. Aside from housing need, the other high-level outcomes include reconnecting the old town with the new waterfront with an at-grade crossing, providing an at-grade crossing of the dual carriageway as part of a coherent series of landscape spaces. The application supports active travel, making the most efficient and effective use of land in a spatially appropriate location, balancing modest levels of car parking with excellent cycling facilities and a network of new public footpaths. It's this application which delivers long-term climate change. It delivers resilience by improving flood defences, benefiting the site and the wider St Helier business and residents. Sir, there is a great deal of information which we have reviewed over the course of this week. It is my professional opinion this application is technically sound, and it is a positive and compelling package which accords with the island plan, and it should be welcomed as an important step for delivering the vision for the waterfront. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Henry.
Thank you. Sir, thank you for chairing a very open and well-ordered planning inquiry. Jersey Development Company has welcomed the process, and we valued the input from the authority and the engagement from the public. We appear better aligned with the authority on a number of matters as a result of the inquiry. I hope, sir, that you've seen Jersey Development Company's realised commitment to public realm and build quality in the projects that the company has successfully directly delivered on the waterfront to date, namely Weybridge Square, Marina Gardens, Lejana de la Mer, Trenton Square, as well as the completed buildings in the IFC development and Horizon. As a government-owned entity, we align ourselves with the government's strategic objectives, and we're community-focused. We're committing to delivering an exemplary waterfront in terms of landscape, placemaking, and environmental aspects, and creating a destination waterfront for the people of Jersey. We look forward to further engagement with the community on the detailed design and the content to ensure that we align with the community needs. So, as you've heard from Mr. Nicholson, this development accords with the spatial planning strategy as set out in the Bridging Island Plan to deliver the majority of new homes within the existing built-up area, and it conforms with the planning policies. There is a significant level of job vacancies currently in the island, as referenced earlier in the week, in excess of 1,083 vacancies currently on the gov.je website across all industries. Over the period of this development, the island will lose a net 4,500 of its working population as those currently of working age transition to retirement age and the school age group transition into working age, creating that deficit. The island therefore needs to ensure that the working population is maintained and the supply of new accommodation will be needed to achieve this. It's been calculated that the island will have a requirement for 7,000 new homes for the 10-year period to 2030. And this development, as you've heard during the week, is the most significant consolidated brownfield site that will support the delivery of 14% of this required supply. The recent supply-demand mismatch has contributed towards significant increases in property prices on Jersey. And so it will take us 5 years from this point to hand over the keys to the first homes based on our known timeline required for the detailed design and construction of these new homes. I would like to thank the authority and their team, as well as Jersey Development Company's team, for all of their inputs and engagement in the application and this inquiry process. We sincerely hope that we've made the case to support the application, and we look forward to your report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Henry. Thank you. Well, thank you for all of those summings up. They were all very clear and easy to understand. For parties that do have them typed up and wish to submit them, please do so. It's not compulsory. Well, a few closing remarks from me. Firstly, well, I'd just like to say thank you to Helen, who's sat at the back there, and the role of the programme officer in an inquiry like this is often overlooked. But believe me, the work that she does in terms of managing a huge number of documents and managing a wide range of individuals and people that are involved in this inquiry is exceptional. And without it, we wouldn't have got through this inquiry as smoothly as we have. So my thanks to Helen. Thank you very much. And equally, my thanks to all of you that have contributed. I know when I've had a good inquiry, and it is when you get to the end of the week and my brain is telling me there's a bit too much information going around there now, because I've learnt an awful lot this week, despite, I mean, I have spent many days going through the evidence that's submitted with the application, going through the statements of case and the proofs of evidence. And I do my homework because I learned quite a long time ago, if you don't do your prep, you don't get the best out of these proceedings, because they enable me to just test the really important points of the evidence. And you'll have seen, if you've been here through the week, that the way we have been able to, well, I'll use the term illuminate, shine the light on them and ask a few searching questions in places. And that's really important, so that as I go back to my desk and start to begin the phase of mulling over everything I've heard and going back through my notes, I'll then start my write-up, and hopefully it'll be coherent and fair, and it will follow the evidence that I've heard. As I said on day one of the inquiry, my terms of reference are clear. I'm due to report by the end of June, and I've cleared out a lot of diary time to make sure that I can achieve that. I also let you know that the Minister has decided to have a determining panel for this application. I'm not quite sure how that works in practice, but that will be the process that he follows. It's also just important to remind that I just make a recommendation. I don't make decisions. I will make a recommendation based on everything that I have heard. The Minister is not bound by that recommendation. He can agree with it or he can disagree with it. But clearly, if he disagrees with my recommendation, he needs to set out his reasons for doing so. My report, when I email it through to the Minister's office before the end of June, will not change. There will be no amendments to that report. It will be in its final form. And that will be published, of course, when any decision is made. So that's really all from me. Just thank you all again, and I wish you a good evening and a good weekend.
So before you go, on behalf of the men in the street in Jersey, I'd like to thank you for the way you conducted this inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Barber.
This is the third public inquiry that I've attended that you've been in the chair, and every time time you've shown tolerance, patience, and you've looked after the whole proceeding. I'd like to thank you. And also the government and also the developers for where they've handled it all. It's been great. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you.
Thank you. I second those remarks too. Thank you, because I think it has been a successful inquiry.
And good luck.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, we're at that point. We are closed. Thank you.